All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. I've been plagued by issues tonight, which is why we're starting late. You may recall last stream, we had a bunch of weird audio issues at the start. Maybe not. I don't know. Either way, I got the mic working, and the music was working, and now it stopped. And like, it's not. It's like it just doesn't work. Kind of broke. Like, doesn't matter what you try to play music from, it doesn't work. Out of curiosity, is this gonna work? I also updated my machine, rebooted, did a whole bunch of stuff, and everything is still just all messed up. So, oh, okay, so that works. So it's Pretzel Rocks. It doesn't work. What the fuck? That's weird. I've got a cat in the way, so that's not helpful. Okay, so maybe Pretzel is down, and that's just coincidentally a problem here. But either way, I can't get the music working in OBS. So you guys won't be able to hear it anyways, but I would like to have some sound rather than just myself. But anyways, we got a bunch of stuff to do tonight. I started some documentation stuff. I realized some other stuff we can do, and the end of the year is coming up faster than ever, and we've got a ton of shit to do. Some of it's not even documented in the issue tracker. So we need to get that figured out too. But I love how I pay for pretzel, and half the time it doesn't fucking work. It's awesome, let me tell you. Sure, I don't know, play all, I don't care. Just give me something that I can make quiet. There we go. Okay, hey. Yay! It's not just my voice echoing off the walls and bouncing back to my ears. So anyways, I started a document on how to discuss commands, right? Give people an idea of how commands work and everything. So we're gonna try to get through this here real quick. I apparently haven't built this in a minute. And yeah, this is still really loud, even though I tried to make it quiet. Okay, that should be okay. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with the audio shit. OBS I can't update anymore. It's in the flat pack. There's no updates for it. I was on Linux 6.9, same issues. Then I moved to 6.11 during the reboot, same issues. I don't know. Stuff's just all fucked up. That's all I can tell you. Okay, good. No, this doesn't do a whole lot of extra highlighting, but it's fine. So yeah, I'm trying to decide how much more of this we should put in here, this kind of stuff. Let's do this way. Create the command and add our signal handler. Get the tags from the command and add and make it only work on channels. Finally, add the command to the manager. Yep. How's it going, Avatal? Welcome. How you doing? I hope I said your name right. If not, let me know how to say it better.
24.
Sables with the Dr. Ann with the 24 months. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Also, alert sounds probably aren't working. So for anybody that's just joining us, I'm having all sorts of audio problems tonight. And I was having all sorts of audio problems last time too, but today it's even worse. So I don't have my desktop audio being picked up by OBS directly. If you're hearing the music or anything, it's because it's bleeding through the mic. And I'm not sure what to do about the audio problems, but they're all over. They're numerous. So, but anyways, yeah. So we're trying to get through some of this doc stuff. Wanted to get some of this started. So basically, we've got a commands overview. So you know, we'll just read through it real quick because I haven't read it since I was working on it this weekend. This week has been busy as shit, and it's gonna be busy for the next couple days too. Which sucks, but what are you going to do? But anyway, so this starts off, well, we can just read it from here. Right, so many chat services have commands that users can enter where they enter a message. These are sometimes called slash commands and can be used for all sorts of different things. They can be conversation specific and may be implemented by anything including libpurple, user interfaces, plugins, and protocols. They're identified by their purple command name, property. Maybe we should make... It should maybe be the purple... when I was writing this, I didn't read it as it having the command part in there. I was thinking they'd be identified by the name property, which can be shared by multiple commands. The command source property can be used to find a specific command, or the purple command priority property can be used to decide which command to execute. Commands are only available in conversations that have all of the purple tags that are in the purple command tags property of the command. If the command tags is null or empty, the purple command will be available to all conversations. I think that covers the basics. Does that make sense? Anybody confused? Maybe. I don't know. To implement a command, you create a new instance of purple command new, add a handler to the purple command executed signal, and add that command to the default purple command manager. The example below shows a simplified version of creating a command that is only available in channels and adding it to the default manager. Blah. So, I didn't really want to cover the callback yet because, like, I shouldn't have to cover this part. This should just kind of make sense. This is, like, you should know how G-object signals work, right? And I shouldn't have to tell you that. How's it going, Holy Roman Empire? Welcome, welcome. But yeah, anyways, how's the mic sound? You guys can hear me? Okay, everything's fine there? So like I said, audio has been a jerk all day. So, yeah. All right, so, mic sounds good? Okay, good. Implementing commands, handling commands in a user. What do we? Okay. A user. In a user interface. All right. Class. So user interfaces will only need to interact with class at command with the default command manager. Handle all commands. The easiest of which, or easiest, when a user, so user interfaces can define whatever prefix they want for a command, but it is recommended to use a slash, as that is the common case. Sure, put that here. Okay. When a user has entered a message with that starts with the expected prefix, the user interface can call method at command manager dot find and execute. I think that's the name of it. Be easier to do it here. Yeah, find and execute. Find and execute. To with the contents of the message with the prefix removed. If a command is found and executed, the user interface is done and can clear the input field. If a command is not found, the user interface can then decide to send the message as is, or present a warning about an unknown command. Okay, that's pretty much it, right? This is all the user interface does. This is what all Pidgin 3 does. Now, when you hit send on a message, it starts with the slash. It calls find and execute, and if it didn't find and execute a command, then it turns it into a message and goes. How's it going, Coatsy? Welcome. But yeah, so I got enough of the audio stuff figured out to get the mic working, but the monitor for desktop audio is not working, and OBS keeps fucking everything up. But Pretzel Rocks is messed up right now, and I don't know. Audio's all freaking weird, but it's only when I start running OBS. I don't know why. Yeah. There's also method at command manager dot what is it? It's find all. We don't want to find all. We want to do find. Oh no. Okay, we want to use get commands for conversation. I'm not running Wayland, so yeah. We're working on all sorts of stuff. So I'm trying to finish this like high-level documentation, which is part of the stuff I want to have done for the experimental release. This one specifically on commands and how they work. I want to get a lot of the basics of this stuff done. That was the idea of having most of the code done for the experimental release by the end of November, but that's like 2 weeks away. So we're gonna see what happens. But then there's some other stuff I want to do tonight that we're going to work through that will help us with the next steps of the UI update stuff we have to do. Which I need to get documented, but yeah. Get commands for conversation. Which the can use to present a list of commands to the user. The user interface could even filter this down with func at stir matches. With what the user has input. Sure. Come on. That's the wrong page. Only need to interact with the default purple command manager to handle all commands. User interfaces can define. Let's change this whatever to any. When I hear whatever, I always hear it as like, whatever. Right? Like, whatever prefix you want. Like, no, any prefix you want. It's recommended to use slash. Is that that is the common case? Sure. When a user has entered a message that starts with the expected prefix, the user interface can call Purple Command Manager find and execute with the contents of the message with the prefix removed. If a command is found and executed, the user interface is done and can clear the input field. Let's say input field for the next message or something. The next message. Command is not found. The user interface can then decide to send the message as is or present a warning about an unknown command. There's also command manager get commands for conversation, which user interface can use to present a list of commands to the user. The user interface could even filter this down with func store matches with what the user has input. Feels like there needs to be more here, but to allow the user to search. Sure. I don't know how stream safe this song is. It's like playing some anime episode. Lovely. Alright, user interfaces only need to interact with the default Purple Command Manager to handle all commands. User interfaces can define any prefix they want for command, but it is recommended to use a slash, as that is the common case. When users enter a message that starts with the expected prefix, the user interface can call Purple Command Manager find and execute with the contents of the message with the prefix removed. If a command is found and executed, the user interface is done and can clear the input field for the next message. If a command is not found, the user interface can then decide to send the message as is or present a warning about an unknown command. Right? We're not trying to tell the UI what to do, but it's like, here's things you could do in the user interface, right? Then we say there's also Purple Command Manager get commands for conversation, which the user interface can use to present a list of commands to the user as they're typing. This did link, it looks like. Good. Present to a list of commands to the user. The user interface, let's say as they're typing. Let's rework this. As they're typing. Yeah, we're going to not mention purple store matches. That's up to you to decide if you want to go that route or not. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Alright, I think that pretty much covers the majority of this. Like, it's only, like, I was expecting this to be bigger, but, I think this covers everything, right? Like, the commands was redesigned to be very simple. And that's what we have now. Like, we could explain more of the stuff, but more of it's in the API, docs, stuff like that. So, I think this is okay. I think this is good. Whew. Okay, and I added the C commands overview for on the command object itself. Why is that weird? Okay, it's weird because these are supposed to be spaces, but they are tabs right now. Yep. Also, I'm not going to be on super late tonight because I have an 8 o'clock in the morning meeting because work fucking hates me. So, yeah. I've had calls during the day, or I've been in the office during the day and then calls late at night. Actually, early in the morning. And it's been super, let me tell you. Alright, that looks better. That one's fine. We've been through that a bunch of times. Branch. Add an overview on how commands work. $36.55. Built the. I should run the turtles. Built the docks and verified them locally. And called in the turtles for good measure. It's funny, I sat and worked on this thing for hours the other night, and I just could not get into it. I was also really tired. I'm tired again, too. But, I don't know. Web streaming is just easier to get shit done, which is weird and sounds counterintuitive, but it's the truth. But yeah, so anyways, the idea is we'll have a bunch of these like overview stuff like that, especially when there's stuff where it's like, especially with the managers where there's collections and other stuff. We're going to be writing these as we go for the next month and a half. So yeah. All right. So one of the other ideas I had, one of them are DERs. Demo protocol.c. Do we put the protocol in the conversation? Oh. Okay, we had protocol ID. Good. Okay. So what I want to do is in the demo protocol. What I want to do is and it's, I guess we'll use its load function. Demo core.c. Or not. What the hell is it? Excuse me, it's plugin. Don't in its load. We want to add some commands. So we're gonna say, oh, that's kind of annoying. It's okay. Protocol manager. I can't really do that way. Well, let's see how this works, and then we'll break it up if we need to. Well, we can do it this way. We'll do it that way. Helpers. Static void, purple demo protocol. Add protocol. G plugin. Do we need the plugin? No. This needs to take an error and return a boolean. No, that's okay. What's going on, Staten? Welcome. How you doing? How's your stream? The other day, I saw you streaming yesterday. I was gonna jump in, and then I was like, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. So sorry. Zabunti says, thanks so much for the stickers. That stuff's all. Oh, you got one? Cool. Also, right now, everything in the store, in the sticker store, is 50% off. So if anybody wants to go get stickers cheap, even the magnets and keychains, everything in the store is 50% off. But you guys still have to pay shipping for the magnets and keychains because shipping those sucks. But stickers, shipping's free. So yeah. Oh, and actually, I should probably drop a link over to that in YouTube as well. Okay. So we just wanted to do the G air here. That's fine. I didn't delete the code here, did I? I did. I killed my clipboard is the problem. Okay, give me this. Say if not purple demo protocol, add protocol error, return false. That's gonna make more sense in a minute. Paste that in here because we didn't do that before. Return true. G error star error. G boolean. That's using that demo there. That's good. Yep. Okay. Nope. This isn't going to say protocol manager anymore. It's just going to say manager. We're splitting this up because I've got to add another manager in here, and it's going to be dumb if we have to do this. Okay. So this should still compile and work as is. We should probably do the same cleanup. Was a bit rage coding yesterday. Bullied by the bugs. Ugh, that sucks. Those days can be brutal. Alright, so we built demo worked. Good. Okay. We're probably gonna have to do the same thing for remove. Yeah. Oh, static G boolean, purple demo protocol, remove protocol. Didn't go far enough. There it is. We'll have to call this again in a second here. If not, remove. Nope. I see I spelled protocol wrong. Lovely. Alright, so same setup as before. Okay, that looks fine and happy. No warnings or errors about it. Good, good, good. Okay, so we just rearranged the code so we can add the new stuff. So we are going to add... I guess we'll do it this way. Commands won't fail though, so that's okay. Kitchen pause like 10 times. Yeah, it's stupid, right? It's all the envelope size, right? Because it's a 4x8 bubble mailer, and the price just skyrockets for it. It's absolutely stupid. And that's why I'm like, I can't cover shipping on these, right? Because when I first like demoed them out, and I sent one, where did I send one? Maybe it was Germany. I don't remember. It was like, oh no, I sent one to Australia, to New Zealand, and it was $20. $20. It's just like, what? But you're saying it's 10 times more, so it's Oh, it's either 30 or 60. 10 times more than the sale price or the normal price of the keychain. Like, honestly, now that I think about it, are flat rate boxes global? Can you send those global or internationally? Because these can be much cheaper. And they have some small ones. Flat rate boxes and envelopes for small, up to 4 pounds, starting at $30.90. Flat rate envelope. Yeah, international shipping is just stupid. Once you get past like a normal letter, it's just stupid. Just like, yeah. Price really sucks. I mean, so the other option is I can put the files online and people can 3D print them and then donate. But that doesn't help me with the excess of stuff I already printed, which is dumb. But yeah, it's just it's absolutely stupid. Calculate a price, but yeah, it's yeah. And like technically speaking, we did send some of the magnets in an envelope, but the envelopes, well, most of them made it to their destinations. They were not in great shape. The magnets were okay, but the envelope did not make it well. Did not make it there in one piece. Maybe? Like, we can do a test send or something if you want. But, like, yeah. I wouldn't put more than one in an envelope. So what I did with the test ones when we started all this over a year ago, was like I wrapped the magnet in like a sheet of paper and then I put it in the envelope. But like I said, like because the envelopes becomes rigid then and not flexible, it gets stuck in the sorting machines and stuff and it starts ripping the envelope apart. So like we can try it, but it's yeah. It's gonna be interesting. Alright, anyways, we need to grab one of these. Demo, commands, add. We don't care about an account for this. This doesn't need that. The only problem right now, Subuntu, is I'd have to figure out how you can do a purchase without paying for shipping. That's not something I want to go through and figure out right this second. But hit me up on Discord or something and we can look at it after or when I'm done streaming. Not really public API, but it's close enough. Oh, we could also go and try to finish fixing the build on Windows. I've got some weird DLL linkage problem I need to figure out. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with, let's do it this way. No, here, we'll start this way, right? So we're just gonna say purple command, star command equals null, purple command manager equals null, manager equals purple command manager get default, command equals purple command new. The name is going to be edited. The source is the demo protocol, and the priority is 1,000. Sure. Then we are going to G signal connect command comma executed G callback purple demo command edited executed. And no callback parameter, that's fine. We also need a purple tags. No. Tags equals purple command get tags. Purple tags. Why can I never remember if it's add or set? I think it's set. Oh, we have both. Or no? Do we not have both? Okay, yeah, it is add. Okay, cool. Protocol ID equals. We should have this demo plugin.h. We didn't make it a string, did we? Nope. Alright, well, it's protocol plugin demo. We'll do this for now, we can fix it later. Purple command manager add manager command. Alright, so now we're isn't actually gonna work yet because we've got to put this in here. Actually, I suppose we didn't have to split this out. Splitting this out is just going to be a stupid amount of work for nothing. So, undo it all. I could just revert, but this is fine and faster. There we go. So, we're done. Then we'll say purple demo protocol commands add. And we also need to do commands remove. We implemented remove, right? How the shit does remove work? I wrote this like 3 to 5 weeks ago. I don't remember how any of this works. Oh, remove all with source, because I was thinking when I wrote that, which I was not doing right now. We don't need that because we can just do this. We can say remove all with source, and the source is demo protocol, or we should make it say demo protocol. Oh, that's dumb, but that's okay. This should be translated at this. Well, no, I think that's okay. I think this should be this way. There's so much to do in translation world here. I'd be amazed if any of it works right now. All right. So we need to implement this. And implementation static void. Blah. command, comma, purple conversation, star conversation. G-star v params, comma, GTK unused, G-pointer data. Purple message, star message equals no. Did we add constructors for messages now? I think we did. Yeah. Oh, you have to give the author and the contents. Okay. That's okay. It's a little weird, but it's alright. Author or count. No. Contact info. Info equals no. Count equals purple conversation. Get account. Conversation. Info equals purple. Count. Get contact information. Or get contact info. Count. Message. Oh, we have to do this. Star contents was no. Contents equals G-star join V. Params. Purple message new info contents. Purple message set edited. This is the whole reason of this. I think it's the right message. And that takes the message, I hope, but I don't remember. This should just take conversation, but that's fine. Does this take this? Nope, data's owned by the caller, that's fine. Alright, there we go. Now we just implemented the edited command. The whole idea here, is that we can just send a message. So in the demo, we can make edited messages pop up. Oh, yep, that's gonna be a problem. Demo, mason.build. There's still a bunch of errors. Oh, well, yeah, that's a problem. Helps we give it the command, huh? We're stuck in the docs. Well, demo protocol commands add. Is that not what we named it? Oh, just demo commands. My bad. Please declaration function purple demo commands add. Did you mean purple? No. I didn't include it. That would be a problem. Next error. Oh, it's the other way around. 3. Did I get it right over here? Yeah. Arg1 from incompatible pointer type. Oh. Yep, that's a dumb move. Yeah, hold on, let's do this, because then we can do a constants. Purple demo commands. Remove. You can see internal void purple demo commands. Remove void. Void purple demo commands. Remove. manager equals null, manager equals purple command, manager get default. Does that fit? That might fit. That should make this a little bit easier. Yes, it does. Demo command source. All right, much better. So the command didn't get added. I'm guessing because protocols are loaded before the command manager exists. Which is dumb, but something we probably totally did. Yeah, command managers, no. Okay. Core.c. Application, protocol manager, start, that's fine. Cred status, plugins in it, that's the problem. Before plugins, as they will add commands. Shutdown doesn't really matter, but we should have it after. Oh, it does matter. Yeah, after plugins. Sure. Build faster. Alright. Right. Now the command manager has a pointer, right? It's not nil. So what we should be able to do is we should be able to go in here and say /edited. This message was edited. I don't know why it didn't run. Yep. Well then. Command manager .c find and execute. Did we? I think we built something into tags. Serialize or something? No. ToString. Actually, this way. Tags.c. G warning. Checking if %s exists in %s. Gamma. Purple. We're gonna leave memory here. That's fine. This is just debugging. need to compile first. What's the extra argument? Oh. Apparently we decided we needed a delimiter in there. Sure. Ooh, 1040. Yay. This is fun. I'm watching my follower count decline. Why? I don't know, but it is. Protocol ID PRPL demo exists in type DM account ID. So what's the way this is supposed to work is all of these need to exist in this. And I don't know why type's in there twice. That just looks like a bug, but that's okay. So we go through the needles tags. And then we check if that tag exists there. Or if it doesn't exist. G warning. Tag not found. Percent S. G warning. Everything found. Like, we have unit tests for this, so I don't understand why this is failing. But okay. Because this is wrong. This doesn't have an equal sign. It has a colon. Why the hell does this have a colon? I thought tags were written with equal signs. Nope, it is a colon. Alright, so this is my problem. This is me being dumb. Alright, this is supposed to have that. Cool. Right? Oh, it's weird that it didn't echo it back to us? Oh, right. It was a command. It was a command, not a normal message. Okay, cool. But yeah, so, it just creates a message, sets the edited on it, and it goes from there. That's unfortunate. How does Discord handle that? There's an edited message. There's got to be 1 or 12 of them in here. Oh, edited's normally at the end of the message in Discord, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, again, the UI is not supposed to be perfect right now by any way, shape, or form. It's supposed to be functional. It's not supposed to be polished at all. Or the expectation is that no polish has been done, right? So that's why the time just jumps in there in between that and edited, and that's okay. We could fix this other ways, blah blah blah. It's fine for now. Yeah. All right, but cool. So that part works. We should add a little bit more to this because command has some more properties that we are not using. I'm not worried about icon name right now, but we should set the summary. Sends the contents, or sends the parameters, or sends the contents as an edited message. Yep, that looks fine. We're not doing anything with this part yet, but that's okay. All right. Make sure we compile and everything still works. Okay. Did we get I'm connecting too fast. Yay. Well, that's easy to trigger. Would you move your tail out of the way? Thank you. You can't see it, but Slater is right here eating treats out of his dish. That's not what I want. Give me that. Go here. Go here. Rank. I'm trying to think if there's another command I wanted to add in here. And technically we could do action. But action, yeah, action already works, so we don't need to worry about it. Add an edited command, the demo protocol. So we'll send a message with the edited flag set to true. Yeah. Alright. RBT post. Oh, we should do this too. Well, we'll do this part first. I missed her. Missing done. Use the command with echo and verified showed as edited, and that echo did not echo it. Also called in the turtle. Good measure. Oh, we could. Yeah, we should do it that way. So instead of doing write message, let's cancelable callback and data. wish I could see my damn command line. No more treats. Is that how I can see my screen again? Are you holding my screen hostage? Yes. Yes, you are. You don't know. Maybe. Maybe so. Alright. So Echo doesn't send it back as edited or not, but it probably should. But now it sent it through as that. This is demo conversation.c. Purple message, get edited, message. Like it's supposed to echo, it should echo a message directly, right? This double click is getting annoying with that. We'll see how to deal with that later. Edited, blah. Okay, cool. Oh, I should have checked it. Should have checked a normal message too. You can't see Slater. He's down there though. Come on. Oh, it's gonna be one of these nights. There we go. Did we create a helper for this? Oh no, we only did that in the command stuff. Yeah, that's probably fine. To turn a command into a message. It's something we seem to do a bunch here, which is okay. But yeah. Okie doke. Yeah. All right. So next. I gotta remember to close these files before I switch branches, and they don't exist anymore. V3 message handlers.h. We'll just start with kick. Come on. Unused. Unused. That'll be used. That'll be used. I haven't done this in a minute, so I can't remember how this works. We're gonna have to get the params. I'm gonna get that. Oh, so for starters, V3, IRC V3.net. So we have an issue to add the kick command, add support for the kick command for IRC. And there's some other stuff we're gonna do with that. Alright, I didn't link to the thing, that's fine. Specifications. Kick command can be used to request the forced removal of a user from a channel. It causes the user to be removed from the channel by force. This message may be sent from a server to a client to notify the client that someone has been removed from the channel. In this case, the message source will be the client who sent the kick, and channel will be the channel which the target client has been removed from. If no comment is given, the server should use a default message instead. Servers must not send multiple users in the message to clients and must distribute these multi-user kick messages as a series of messages with a single username on each. This is necessary to maintain backwards compatibility with existing client software. If a kick message is distributed in this way, comment, if it exists, should be on each of the messages. Wait, what? Servers must not send multiple users in the message to clients. So is this for servers then? What the fuck? Must not send multiple users in this message to clients and must distribute these multi-user kick messages as a series of messages with a single username on each. This is necessary to maintain backwards compatibility with existing client software. If a kick message is distributed in this way, comment, if it exists, it should be on each of these messages. Servers may limit the number of target users per kick command via the target max parameter of reply I support and silently drop targets if the number of targets exceeds the limit. Kick message on channel finish from Wiz to remove John from the channel. The syntax of this makes no fucking sense. Like, they're not declaring a space anywhere, but there's a space that's supposed to be here, and technically there's a space here. But this says it shouldn't do that. God damn it. We're going to assume it's just one and comment is optional. Right? Because, yeah. I'm not sure, like, the documentation isn't clear on that. Like, user's not even mentioned here, right? Causes the user to be removed from the channel by force. Oh, okay, maybe this is okay for servers, but must not send this message to clients. But server to server, they can send as many as they want, apparently. Alright, fine, whatever. That works for me. Alright, so we need params, we need this. We need purple, contact, star, what do we call it here? We're just gonna name it contact. And data is our V3 connection, yeah. Star count. No. Alright, so we get the params. If n params is less than 2, we're going to say unknown params. Or how are we doing this? We're just G-message? Yeah, okay. So you kick with %u params. Need at least 2. Okay. We've now validated that. Contact equals purple IRC with connection. Finder. No. Need IBIS contact gets source. That's. No. Yeah, okay. So we do this, and then we drop that also in an info. Purple contact info. So our info equals known. Okay. So now we have the author, right? Oh, wait. We're misreading this. Hold on. This is to send. What happens when we get kicked? Do we just get this? Let's find out. I rebooted, so I don't have any of my stuff running anymore, which is annoying. We chat, right? Oh, great, it's not connected. Connect. Ergo? Is that what I named it? Okay, I am... Who's the op here? Grim 2. Okay, good. Oh, wait, I didn't even start Pidgin 2. How is Pidgin 2 still in here? I didn't restart Pidgin after I reconnected. Oh, Grim 2 is here. Okay, so if I kick Pidgin 2, so that's the source. Kick to that to there. I'm guessing 52584 is... Yeah, 52584 is Pidgin 2. Right, so there's the join, right, from 52584. If we rejoin, man, we do not make it easy to rejoin in Pidgin 2. Yeah, so 52584 is Pidgin 2. Alright, so again, when they get kicked. So this is WeChat talking to the server saying kick from Pidgin 2. Then their response to us, right, is they tell us that the kick went through, and then we send a source message to them, and that's when we have to leave the chat. Okay. How's it going, Robotic Head? Welcome. How you doing? Those of you that don't know Robotic Head, he's another streamer here on Twitch. He's working on a project management tool called Near Beach, which is in Python and Django with Vue. So yeah, you should go ahead and follow. All right, cool. So that's what's gonna happen here. That's fine. So we need to figure out if the person to remove is us. But that's something we have to deal with here in a second. Yeah. I'm doing alright. OBS is all sorts of fucked up right now, but I got it working. Aside from that, I am looking very much forward. I'm taking 3 days off next week from work, and I'm looking very much forward to it. The only problem is, I'll explain what I'm doing in a second. The only oh wait, is it 20? I thought it was the 18th. Did we miss the birthday? I swear it was the 18th. Apparently it was the 6th. Anyways, I was gonna say the Pidgin's birthday is gonna be on the 18th, which apparently it's not. It's the 6th. Pidgin is now 26, and I am 8 days late on announcing that. Well, the days off are mostly meant to recuperate, but Recanaro is going to be visiting in town, and it'll just be easier if I'm not working while he's here, too. So that works, too. Otherwise, I would have taken the time earlier, because I have been fucking burnt out at work. That is, yeah. Burnt out is the nice way of putting, oh my god. 11th of June, yeah, let's not bitch about name or date things. We all know what the fuck it meant. CD, lit purple, protocols, IRC. This is gonna be in messages, probably. You have been kicked. Okay, so it checks the display names against the first parameter, or the second parameter. Yeah. Damn, that sucks. I thought the birthday was 18th. I don't know why the hell I was mixing it up. But, whatever. Well, missed a stream for it. I was gonna miss a stream anyways on Monday. So, it is what it is, right? Yeah, well, I'd rather celebrate with a release party. Even if that release is this experimental release, because yep. All right. I guess we're gonna make this a kicker. And we're gonna have a kicky. Yeah. Then we've got the target. Is that how we're doing this? Oh, we don't have to do it that way, but where the hell is this? Okay, we just do channel equals whatever, and then find or create conversation. Equals param 0. And then we can't do that. How do we find the other stuff? It should be in like topic who or something. Did I this? So we tried to make this easier by doing the finder create contact taking an IBIS message. But if I just have an ID, that becomes a problem. So the whole reason this exists, because there's a bunch of different ways we can find stuff, and that becomes a problem. But in... Oh, no, this is not necessarily the ID. I guess we're gonna have to look it up this way. This is gonna get dumb, but I don't know how this works. If you kick somebody and we have their account rather than the nick, but we were using the nick as a display name. All right, well I guess we can do it that way. This is a pain in the ass, but it's all right. Alright, so now we have the conversation. We're also going to need a purple message. We'll get to that in a minute. Nick Wan with the Prime sub. Greatly appreciated. Thank you very much, Nick Wan. How you doing? How you doing? Enjoy the emotes, and I don't know if you're on our Discord or not. Are you on our Discord? Either way, there's a private, or there's a sub-only channel over there where we sometimes talk about stuff that's going to happen on the stream before we do. But anyways, if you all are not following Nick Wan, you should go and do that, because he does all sorts of fun data science stuff here on Twitch, and you should go check him out. Alright, so we need to say bounce car star ID equals no. No, we can skip ID. But we need the contact manager. We also need verbal contact info me, which we'll get to in a second. But how you doing, Nick? Hope your streams have been going well. I've noticed I was lurking the other day. I forget what you were working on. Count equals purple connection get account, purple connection v3 connection, me equals purple account get contact info. Alright, so then we've got Kiki. This first manager equals purple contact manager get defaults. Purple contact manager find with ID manager comma params 1. We don't have another way to look this up, so we don't have another way to do this, right? With username, ID. How do we do the rest of this? We'll go for the account tag, and then to search next, so we use that off of the nick. We still don't have a contact, then we create a new one with the nick as the ID. We set the username to the nick. Okay, so I guess we can use the username. If not, purple is contact info, Kiki, and Kiki equals purple contact manager find with username, Rams1. Okay. Oh, God, this doesn't work either. I mean, this works, but this doesn't work at the same time. I think what we want to do is we want to add find or create contact from ID or something. How's it going, Dan? Welcome, welcome. Because we need to do. We want to set the display name to the nick. We want to set the username to the nick. Wait, where do we set the username? What the hell's the username part for? Oh, when we create. Okay, so. Because we're going to need this for bans and exception lists and invites and a whole bunch of other stuff too. That's why we just need to do this here. Nope, contact manager, get defaults. Alright, so first thing we will look for, contact equals purple, contact manager, find with ID, manager, nick. If not, purple is contact, then contact equals purple, contact manager, find with username, manager, nick. If not, purple is contact equals purple contact new. Purple counts are counts equals null. Count equals purple connection get accounts. Count, comma, nick, purple contact, set username, contact, comma, nick, purple contact manager, add, contact, or manager account contact. Does this take a reference? Looks like yes. Oh, we also set the display name to the neck. Okay, data is owned by the caller. So there's a bug here. This should not be transfer full, because, yeah, so this should be, this might cause fun issues, but we'll see. We don't return a reference, and the manager adds its own reference. Okay, so that should, in theory, work. Finds an existing contact or creates one for ampersand Nick. Turns transfer none. This is nullable? Okay, shouldn't be nullable. The other one's not nullable. Why did we write this as nullable? Let's find or create. Contact. Okay. So now back over to what we're actually trying to do. GTK equals purple RCV3 connection, find or create contact. Did I do with or from ID? From Nick. V3 connection. We did not create a separate conversation for that. That's okay. Oh, it's connection anyway. Yeah, we didn't. That's fine, comma. Params 1. Alright, so how do we want to actually do this? When you get kicked from a channel, how should that look? Should you still see the user list, or should the whole user list be... Well, okay, well, let's just do this part first, right? So, message equals purple message. No, we do this way. If Kiki equals me, then do something else. Oh, message here. Message equals null. Message equals purple message. Do The author is Kicker. Actually, no, author doesn't matter. Null, comma, should we be translating it here? This is probably fine. We're gonna say %s kicked %s from %s. And this is where it gets gross because we need to say purple contact info get name for display purple contact info kicker purple contact info get name for display contact info kicky params 0 message set event message true purple conversation write message. We're not sending this out to the server, so we don't send it, we write it to the conversation directly. So conversation message g clear object message. Okay, that should be relatively straightforward. Okay, let's make sure this compiles. I'm sure it doesn't. Yeah, look at that. Oh, yep. 152. I messed this up in both places because I copy pasted it. Or wait, what? Oh, it's just in the header file. So it should be in both places because I copy pasted it. Alright, well, that's a lot of typos. And other stuff. Unknown type name, purple contact manager. What the hell? 727 v3 message handlers. I'll fix a lot of them. Not all of them, but some of them. Oh, I see what I did there. 732. Right, this should be ibis message. That should clear up some of the other nonsense. Purple account, get contact info. Yeah, I didn't pass in the damn account. Next. Purple connection. Oh, that one should not be there. 749. Yep. Man, lots of typos. Assignment to purple contact info. Yeah, that should not be. That should be a purple contact. Kicker and Kicky should both be it. But that. Oh, that should work. We might get a warning about checking in invalid pointers for equality, but we'll see. Passing argument 2 of contact manager fine with ID. Oh, right, it's supposed to be account. We didn't grab the account yet. Okay, getting better. 1008, same deal. So the contact manager keeps track of all the contacts on a per account basis, so you have to give the account to it. Because even though like you could have two accounts that are on the same network, they're not the contacts aren't necessarily seen the same way by both accounts, and one of them could even be blocked, right? So it doesn't show up at all. So we have to do it on a per account basis. It's annoying, but it's there. It's yeah. Message handler 747. Nope, this is just gonna be kicker. Get rid of that, which means contact can go away. Yep, we'll deal with that. N past 4 argument 761. That's a mistake, obviously. Where? Oh, yep, that's right. That's right. That'll fix a bunch of warnings. Too many arguments function purple message new. Oh, right. Purple message new wants a string, not a format string. So we have to do that, and then this. Oh, we just here. Oh, that's not it. Set username 1018, wrong file. I can't remember if that's the contact or an info that goes in there. Pass the argument 2 of purple contact manager after incompatible pointer type that wants a contact. We do not need the account there. We still need the account for the contact itself, right? Okay. Like I thought I still had warning, so we need to fix that guy. Manager SEPA not used. Message handler 726. Yeah, that's gone now. We moved all that into the helper method. End of non-void function 7070. Oh, this is whether or not it was handled, and we're gonna return true. Actually, we'll put this here. And then for now, we're going to say return false, because that's more appropriate. Okay, so now, if Kiki, we should be able to say, this is going to look where it's fine. If purple, contact, info, this is just to get around the type thing. Yep, okay. Clean, the purple, IRC, no warnings. Mason, Devin, Pidgin. I guess we have to run the whole build, huh? Because I cleaned everything. Prepare group Discord, YouTube. Tay, you already joined Discord last time. I don't know what you're asking, but you joined a while ago. At least I thought you did, yeah. With your username having a Gmail email account address. Alright, so just over to 5. I don't know how I connected when I'm getting this. but okay, whatever. So we are going to kick Pidgin 2, and hopefully it will... Oh! I'm going to get the message, but I didn't actually remove them from the channel. Or not. What the fuck? Okay. Did I? Yeah, we're still open. Okay, so this channel is working. That's fine. What are the accounts here then? I thought I got booted from 220. Oh no. So this is Inspire CD or whatever. That's what I'm getting blocked from. Okay, that's fine. I think Ergo, I have I removed all limitations on like connection stuff and all that, which is good. All right, but what the fuck happened? Oh. Why didn't my code get called? Anybody want to take a guess? I can tell you why my code didn't get called. It's a really dumb reason why my code didn't get called. It's called... I didn't add a handler for it. You know, that might be important, maybe. Just a little bit. What the hell? Okay, so we got some stuff in here to worry about. Okay, that's fine. God, I wish this was easier to rejoin. You can tell we didn't really test this code in Pidgin 2.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Trump_body_pillow_salesman.
That's a good job. I'm sure you'll make bank with that. Amount of incels that follow him. Support him. Sure, make a lot of money. Please. Sell them all of it. Next thing you can do is you can do used Trump body pillow NFTs and get more money out of them. Alright, so what is the actual problem here? Oh, don't act shocked, robotic head. Unless you're being surprised by that somebody's going to waste money on a sub for that. But they've been doing this for a long time. Alright, so I don't know what the hell one of these failed. Well, no, it got to here, right? Because the message was null. Which doesn't make any damn sense because I created it right here. So we hit that set event. Am I masking a message again? No. How is this null? Oh, right. Oh, fuck. Okay, this is fine. Message equals G object new. The constructor is the problem. For event messages, we don't really want to give an author because it doesn't matter, right? It's an event, right? Um, we should probably put a constructor in here at some point, but we don't need one exactly. Alright, so we can do that, and then we can get rid of that, and then that should work. Okay, we're back in there, good. So right now we're just looking for the event. Pidgin 2 is still going to show up in the list because we didn't tell it to get rid of this yet, because I forgot to write that part for the code. So, back on 4. Cool. Grim kicks Pidgin 2 from Hash Pidgin. Yay! We're like a third of the way there, which is great. But I need to go pee, so I'm going to go do that, and I will be back in a few minutes. All right, now you can hear me. So yeah, so now we just have to remove them from the. Oh, I'm dumb. I don't need to build the messenger. Move member conversation or members, comma, purple contact info Kiki. This is definitely an announce, and the message is contents. And then we free contents. We get rid of this because we don't need it. And now that will get rid of them and do the event because I was dumb and forgot about the thing I wrote months ago to make this actually do all of that. So in Pidgin, all right, so Pidgin 2's not here yet. Let's join them back. Okay, they're back. We're gonna come over here, we're gonna kick them. Boom, look at that. Yeah. That's exactly how that's supposed to work. And that's why that whole thing was built that way. Well, so we don't have to build messages and shit all the time. It's like, no, get rid of them. And do we tell everyone? Yes. What's the message? Here you go. Okay. So now for the more fun part. And where stuff's going to get a lot crazier. Okay, so car star message equals null. Message equals g star dupe printf. You were kicked from %s by %s colon %s. Okay. Param 0. Purple contact info, get name for display. Purple contact info, kicker. Then this is car star kick message colon equals. Apparently I want to write go. Join V. Params +2. I think that works. We should be a little bit more protective here. If n params equals 2 or is greater than 2, then this I really don't want to duplicate a string for this, and I'm going to have to. Oh, or let's name this reason. Reason's better than kick message. How much of Lid Purple is still based on Mark's original code? None. Mark didn't build Lid Purple at all. And Mark was only really on the project for like somewhere between 3 to 6 months in 1998. So, none. Yeah. Mark still hosted the code up until like 2001 and stuff, but he wasn't involved in the day-to-day of the project at all. I hope you caught that because there's an ad now, but yeah. Ah, you knew Mark after that on Asterisk? Cool, cool. Yeah, I actually finally got to meet him a couple years ago. Because he was basically done with the project by the time I started. I started on the project in 2003. So, like, even then, that was 21 years ago, and he was already gone at that point. So now I'm not dealing with any of your shit. You said horrible things the whole fucking time, and you're gonna come in here and blame me for my cat fucking dying? Go fuck yourself. That's about the time you met him? Cool. Cool. Fucking cat dies from organ failure. You're gonna blame me? You're a piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. Go jump off a fucking bridge. I hope everybody bans that motherfucker. And sorry, SWK, I don't mean to put that out on you, but that asshole has been coming in here going for months asking if my cat was still alive. And now my cat dies of organ failure and he's gonna blame me for it. That's fucked up. Thank you. That is fucked up, ma'am. Here, you know what? Let's take this to the next level. Cinna, you want to be this way? Let's be this way. Here's my cat, you son of a bitch. Go fuck yourself. You've got a kitty that's FIV plus? That sucks. Sorry to hear it. Yeah, exactly. What a piece of shit. Thank you, Orlin. I appreciate it. The shit I've been through with that fucking cat, too. You know what? Fuck the ban. I'm gonna report you, too. If I can. Yep. Hateful conduct, bullying, harassment. Sure. Mocking trauma. I hope you get kicked off of Twitch. You're a piece of shit. Locking people's fucking losses. Even if you're a troll, that's too fucking far. We should have the reason in here too. I seriously don't know what the fuck is wrong with some people, man. I mean, it's not like it's understandable that he died. What's not acceptable is that piece of shit who has been coming in here for years, and every time I time them out, going, "Oh, is your cat still alive? Is your cat still alive?" I don't know. Numerous times I was like, why would you put that out into the fucking world? Right? Why would you suggest that I'm going to kill my cat? Right? And now when the cat dies of organ failure, you're here to rub my fucking nose in it. Get, like, who the fuck does that? Fucking psychopaths. That's who. Like, I don't understand, like... Thank you, Simbleed. I appreciate that. I mean, It's not even a personal respect thing. The person's just trying to be a fucking piece of shit, right? That's all it is. All it is they want to be a piece of shit. And I shouldn't have given them the reaction I did. Because they're winning now. Because they're, whatever. They see it as a win in their eyes because of the way I reacted. Right? And it's shitty. Because, like, right? It's just... It's like, how do you let somebody just say that kind of fucking nonsense to you, right? The worst part is that asshole's probably going to report me back for me telling them to go kill themselves. And I'll probably get banned from Twitch for X amount of days or something. But whatever, well worth it. I hope so. And thank you all for your support. It means a lot. Oh, it's not supposed to be conversation. No, new air literal. Oh, actually, we can do it that way. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm fighting tears here. I'm not ashamed of it. I can't sit here and be sad about it forever, right? I'm just fucking angry is the better way to put it. Thank you. So there's going to be no user interface for this part yet, but it's okay. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so we got that, but the thing is, this shouldn't work anymore. We should have gotten air and some other stuff. Did what happen? Are you talking about when I banned him? His comment was 11 minutes ago. Oh, that's a new account from Cena. I wonder why. Created June 13th, 2024. Alright, so this part's here. We should have gotten an air back. Yeah, cannot send a channel. Right, so this shouldn't have worked. Because now the conversation's offline. We can't see that. We don't have any way to do that with the user interface isn't doing any part of that. So that's one of the things we have to do next. But that should take care. Oh, let me do that. That should take care of that. Yeah, this is ngrep. Specifically, here's the whole command I'm using. So as you can tell, I have multiple IRCDs running locally. Well, you can't tell from that, but I have multiple IRCDs running locally. And I connect to them with test accounts to test stuff. And it's very handy to connect in plain text, because then I can just use ngrep and I can see what's going on. You love ngrep? You eat sip all day long? Nice. That makes sense. If you worked with Mark, yeah, you do sip. I'm curious, are you working on free switch now, or are you still using asterisk? Or are you using comma ilio? Or other. But whatever, those are the big open source ones. Okay. You might. So, how long have you been with? Were you with Free Switch in 2015 or 2016? Or I should, more specifically, I should say, were you a ClueCon in 2015 or 2016? If so, there's a good chance you saw a talk I gave. Morning, Euro. So I used to work with a company called, or I used to work for a company called Corvisa, and we did a presentation at ClueCon 2015 or 2016. I don't remember what year it was. About like dynamically scaling comma ilio instances to handle registrations and stuff. And we were supposed to open source it, but they never gave us the okay to open source it. You probably wired me for my mic. So I looked pretty much the same. Well, okay, I might not have had glasses yet. I don't remember. But my hair was much longer. But yeah, I don't think I was wearing a Pidgin shirt for it. No, I hadn't taken over the project yet. So, but so, real question for you. One of the things I want to do with Pidgin 3 is I want to have a full-blown SIP protocol plugin, including calls with video. I've been looking at using Sophia for that. Do you feel that Sophia would be a good library to use? One of the reasons I'm leaning towards Sophia is it has glib main loop integration, and we use the glib main loop, so that makes sense for us to use it. If you have any suggestions on that or any input on that, it would be greatly appreciated. Sophia's a good lib? Okay. The one thing that's going to be weird for us, but it won't be a big deal, is most of our protocols, we don't start them until we have an account for them, but with the way Sophia works with SIP, if we're going to have multiple registrations and stuff, the Sophia main loop's going to have to run before we connect an account, which isn't super weird, but it's a thing, right? So, but at some point we'll get to that. First, we have to get any protocol actually working, and IRC is getting close. XMPP is probably next. But I really need a better Matrix client, because God, I hate the Matrix clients that are out there. So like SIP is on my list, and like I don't have it around here. I've got a SIP phone adapter around here somewhere. And I need to get free switch set up with a couple extensions and all that fun stuff. And yeah. By client stack, by Nokia. Oh, really? Okay. Actually, hey, wait, another good question for you. Where's a good... Do you know of any good places to get, like, a single piston number? Right? So, like, if I want to put 1 or 2 extensions of a free switch on the piston, can I, like, I have not been able to find a provider to do that. Any of them that did exist don't exist anymore. Look at the newer part of Love Sophia. Mike Jarrett says now the de facto maintainer for... Oh, okay. Cool. Signal Wire. I have not heard of them. Maybe I have. All right, cool. I will take a look at that. Yeah, cool. Because, like, I'm not trying to blame anyone or anything, but, like, I don't know if things have changed much, but Linux SIP phones or soft phones sucked years ago. It's like, we could probably fix this. Plus, SIP is a well-known and well-understood protocol for at least voice, right? So as we're adding voice and video features, SIP would be a great one to get support for right away. And yeah. Anthony, yep. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was Anthony Menesalis. Okay. Anthony Menesalis, I've only met him a couple times, but when I worked for Corvisa, we used to... Is SignalWire his company that does, like, free switch support? No, I don't think so. Or maybe it is. But he has a company that does free switch support, and we had a support contract with them at Corvisa because our entire stack was built on top of free switch. Then we layered Kama Elio on to handle registration and routing and stuff, and then but we use free switch just for media and all that. But yeah, he jumps in. We have a local developer Slack. He jumps in there from time to time to promote ClueCon. It was a different company back then? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't kept up. I haven't done much in the SIP world in a while. But a protocol plugin is going to bring me back at some point. So, we'll get there sooner or later. Oh, I didn't actually want a line there. But it's funny how close everybody is connected-wise, too. It's like, all right, so you know both Mark and Anthony. I know Mark and Anthony. You mic'd me up for a conference, or for a talk. Get a platform as a service, steal you from the project, but we use free switch for about 1 billion calls a day. Oh, wow. Nice. So you used to live closer to Digium than Mark did? Oh, boy. And you were never involved in game at all? Or you just worked with Digium? Because I know he had some overlap there, and I know like they had a game developer conference at Digium one year. We're doing asterisks a lot, so you got... Okay, gotcha. I'm just... Like I said, I know Mark had some overlap between game and asterisk / Digium and everything. So I'm like, maybe. The funnier part, too, is so the one time when Anthony Menesalis showed up in the Milwaukee Tech Slack, I was like, we kind of have, like, a similar, like, the same mentor. I don't think he was very fond of that. I don't think Anthony likes Mark so much. But that's just my gut feeling. It's just like, oh, interesting. You want awkward? Try Anthony and Mark in the same room? Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. So I did read that signal right. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Mark doesn't come, or maybe he wasn't. Does he? He doesn't normally go to ClueCon, does he? I don't think he does. Those of you that don't know, ClueCon is a conference for free switch and other SIP stuff. It's in Chicago each year, and I would tend to go, but it tends to be a lot of money. So, like, if the company's paying, sure. Early bird registration is available. Oh, I was gonna give the link. That's what I was gonna. Well, here, whatever. Here's the register link. If anybody wants it. Yeah. Early bird staying at the hotel, $600. Staying elsewhere, $800. I should really be like, hey, do you guys have an open source discount for somebody who's not backed by a company that does SIP? Oh wait, it moved? Where the hell is this Swiss hotel? It used to be at I can't remember what it's called. I just want to see where it is. I can't think of the hotel name. Back in the very first ClueCon, free Switch didn't exist yet? Yeah. But there's a bunch of us talking about problems with performance and asterisks. It's a very technical discussion, and someone took it. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, you got to be careful with that stuff. Oh, it's right off a whacker. Okay. And what I mean by that is, like, so we just had something similar, I'll say, in one of our XMPP conferences. And it was one of ours, right? And the problem I had is the person that was saying the things wasn't wrong, right? So it's no shocker that Pidgin's XMPP support is really bad right now because nobody's worked on it for 15 years, right? No one's trying to deny that, right? There's this whole push for modern XMPP. And if you go to modern XMPP site and you go to clients, where is it? Somewhere in here. Guidelines. Where the hell is this? Oh, I think I just want modernxmpp.org. But yeah, so like Pidgin got delisted from here a long time ago, right? And that's fine, right? I completely understand. They don't want Pidgin mucking it up, blah, blah, blah. The problem is in one of our developer chats, somebody that's a big XMPP supporter was telling somebody in our channel that they shouldn't use our software when they didn't have, number one, any authority, and number two, their information was horribly out of date, right? And number three, the developer that was asking questions on how to use libpurple asked how to join a conversation. In this case, it was an XMPP conversation, right? It's like that was the tie-in. It wasn't like, oh, hey, I want to build this thing for XMPP using libpurple. It was, I want to connect to a conversation that's using XMPP, right? So like, it's not like they're necessarily trying to build something brand new or whatever that's only XMPP, because if you're going to do that, you'd use an XMPP library, right? So anyways, this person goes on and on. They're like, but I'm not wrong, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you're out of line. You're being rude. Like, you don't see me going into your channels and trashing your software, right? And they didn't understand that until I eventually had to block them. So I can understand how somebody could take things too personal like that, but it's a touchy thing, right? But part of the you've got to understand that people are going to have different opinions, and nobody writes fucking great code, right? At least not the first try, or the second, or the third, or the 12th, or the 100th, right? It's all iterative. You've got to work on it. Sometimes that iteration means you have to fork because somebody doesn't want to do it. So I can understand where that's coming from. I'm just, we had something similar happen recently, and it was kind of ridiculous. And the person was just like, oh, I'm not being rude. I'm like, no, you are being very rude. And the fact that in my channel, you're telling me what can and can't be discussed in my channel? Yeah. Try again. Where the hell is this? Picking XMPP clients. Ah, it's xmpp.org, my bad. Right, and I'm guessing from that time frame, people took their open source contributions a lot more personally too, right? And that was probably 20 some odd years ago at this point, right? Or at least 15. And it happens, right? Yeah, exactly, right? The world was a different place, especially open source 20 years ago. A lot of it would have been like, well, then send me a fucking patch, man. I'm trying to, what was the other phrase? It was like source code or code. Patches talk, bullshit walks, something like that, right? It was a whole different mindset 20 years ago in open source. Now we actually try to, be decent to each other. Go figure. But yeah, so here, like if you search for here on xmpb.org, you don't see Pidgin on this list, right? I'm not trying to actively get it put back on because they're not wrong, right? But when you come into my channel and you're going to tell people that they shouldn't use it, it's out of date, blah, 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 and you claim you're there to follow the development of the software, but yet you haven't been following the development of the software for a year, why are you opening your mouth? Right? Like, I don't know. I'm sure I came off as an asshole there, and I probably deserved part of it. But whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, do you know if they have any discounts for like people that like me? Right? I'm an open source person that wants to do SIP stuff that like is not like $600 out of pocket, and I wouldn't stay either because I'd only go down for a day or two because I'm in Milwaukee, right? I just take the train. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll ping Anthony directly. Be like, hey, so actually, when is that? Cal 8 2025. Was the dates 12th through the 15th? Huh. Yeah, I know he lives near me. He's in like Germantown or something, I thought. But yeah. They do discounts all the time, email? Okay. That's the funny thing is, Patrick, how did you fix this? Someone took it as, these guys want to push me out? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I knew he was in the area. I'm not sure exactly where, because I'm not trying to stalk him or anything. I just know he's around. And, yeah. I don't know. It'd be cool if we, like, Milwaukee's development scene is very corporate. Let's go with that. That's probably the best description of it, is it's very corporate. You bought a lake house? Oh, geez. Well, there's a lot of lakes here. If I had to guess, he's probably in Pewaukee then, or it's a smaller lake somewhere in one of the burbs. But if it's a bigger lake, it's probably Pewaukee Lake. That's the biggest one in the area. But Pewaukee is very dense too. So it's probably not Pewaukee. I don't know. There's lakes all over the place. But yeah, anyways, like I said, I'd probably only come down for a day or two anyways. Because it's really hard for me to, well, it's not as hard for me to travel anymore because my other cat died. And he had lots of special care and stuff that he needed. So it's not as hard, but I'd still have to find a cat sitter, stuff like that. So we'll see. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I think I'm on their email list. Whether or not it goes to my spam or not is another question. But yeah, but like we have another conference in the area, which is geniusly named that conference. It's in the Wisconsin Dells, so it's like an hour and a half from me, you know, roughly Chicago, right? They canceled the Texas one, I think now, but like the Wisconsin one, they're gonna say what the ticket prices are. So, yeah, 4-day everything camper, $1,200. Like what? Like this is ridiculous, right? Oh, only 3 days. It's only $1,000, and you can do 3 days without food because apparently food for 3 days costs $400 for one person. That's more than $50 a day. I don't have it directly. Like I said, I don't know him real well. He kind of knows me, kind of not. But whatever, it's not a big deal. Actually, I think we're connected on LinkedIn, but I mean, that's LinkedIn, right? But yeah, anyways, it's just, you know, conference prices are just insane. Oh, okay. And that's not surprising that that's his email. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, just like, hey. And maybe one year I can give a talk on SIP and Python. How many years have I been working on this fucking project? I just called it Python. Maybe one year I could do a talk on Pidgin or SIP in Pidgin, right? $50 a day for only 3 days. It's yeah, I said $400 per day, or $400 for 3 days, Did I say fit? Well, I don't know. Yeah, either way, it's way too expensive. To do talk, they usually waive ticket. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I figured that's the case. Last time when I was with Core Visa, we got free tickets because we were sponsors and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Only one having the impression the conference price became too much. Since more than that, right? So, for years, I wanted to go to Open Source Con, OSCON, right? O'Reilly OSCON, because I've been in open source since 2002, right? I started doing open source stuff before I got into Pidgin. That's kind of how I found game and Pidgin and all that, right? OSCON is like another one that's like $1,500, and you're like, do you not understand how open source works, OSCON? Like, we're not typically paid. How the fuck do you not have a open source developer ticket? Right? Like, what the fuck? Former organizer ClueCon, the tickets are pricey. Yeah, like 100% is not to make. Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not saying it's the conference's fault, but I'm saying the prices are too damn high. Right. Like, we've tried to organize stuff around town too, which reminds me, I keep forgetting I have to set up a meetup page and an Eventbrite thing. You're not in the area, are you, SWK? Chicago or Milwaukee or anything? You don't need to get specific. Oh, okay. Oh, are you who I'm thinking you are then? I might have met you, because back then I was still smoking or vaping. And we might have had some conversations outside the hotel. But whatever. Okay, yes. I'm trying to think if I even older here. Wait, we can do this. If you guys really want, we can do a sticker raffle. I don't want to do it, but we can. But here, this actually the audio's not going to work. So okay, we're not going to do a sticker raffle. But so I would have looked a lot more like this. Hey everyone, it's time to give away some stickers. We're taking a break from creating custom stickers each month, but there's still plenty to choose from in the store. So does that look familiar? And yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure I know exactly who you are. Yeah, that video's from 2017. Maybe 2018. It's old. But yeah, so. Okay, yeah. To help differentiate me from everybody else at ClueCon, I was down there with a bunch of vegans. So that might help. I might help you ring a bell. Be like, oh, all the vegans that were here. Because two of the main people I worked with, my team lead and the DevOps team lead, were both vegans. Remember my company? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I still wish we ever got that stupid thing open sourced. There was nothing to it, too. But nowadays, you would just do all this stuff in Kubernetes with horizontal scaling groups and stuff like that. This was just, early days or pre-Kubernetes even. But yeah. So. Should we make SIP? I'm trying to figure out where we should put SIP in here, right? So one of the things we're doing with Pidgin 3 is we decided a long time ago we're no longer going to carry proprietary protocols in our main tree. At the time, that was because I made that decision because we ended up losing a contributor because they moved to the US on an H-1B visa, and the company they worked for didn't like the legal gray area that the reverse engineered protocols lived in our code base, so they said they can't work on it. Their lawyers have since changed their mind, but that person also moved companies and they don't care either. But obviously, like most things, when you have time to fill, you find something to fill it with. So when he couldn't work on Pidgin, he went and found other stuff to do, and he hasn't come back to Pidgin, which, okay, it's fine, right? People life out all the time. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But now, after the election and Musk taking over whatever and his stance on third-party applications, I'm starting to think it was a really good idea that we're not going to have proprietary stuff in their code base. Anyways, all that is background knowledge to say, we need to fill out what those open source protocols are. And the big ones that people use often, at least right now, are going to be Matrix, Mastodon / other activity pub. Those are the main ones that most people are using. There's still a lot of IRC out there. There's not a ton, but there's some. There's still a fair amount of XMPP out there. And then there's all sorts of people that even, non-technical users that are using SIP. So maybe it makes sense to bring SIP up further, because that's something the other stuff isn't doing. So yeah. Once you had to rent a 208 5 3 phase to 105. Yeah, exactly. So if we could, well, assuming Oracle doesn't deploy Pidgin 3 for SIP, I think we'd be okay with that. So back in the day, Oracle used to use XMPP for every employee. That was their communication platform. And one of the default ways they would tell people to use it is to use Pidgin. And that's fine, right? It's not a big deal. The problem came in that their employees would and contractors and stuff would forget their passwords and stuff, and they would end up in our IRC support room asking for help. And we would continuously tell them, you have to go talk to your help desk. We can't help you. We don't have that information. We can't do anything for you. And they would get annoyed. That's probably the best way to put it. Yeah, that's when you sell them a branded. Yeah, we probably should have. But yeah, we got to the point where we started cruising Aaron and AP Nick and everything for what IP address ranges that Oracle had, and we just blocked them from IRC. Or they would come in, we'd notice the IP was in the right block and just yep, can't help you, go. Right, we just instantly, that just became a way to triage them instantly. Your 3G to modern smartphones are SIP. Isn't 3G supposed to be getting killed soon? Or is it Edge? Or is it Edge? I think it's Edge that's finally getting killed soon. I should read this a little bit better before I make a pull request out of it. So 3G, 4G, and 5G all use this thing called IMS. Yep, 100% of the calling in IMS is SIP. Ah, okay. 3G is getting killed, or getting killed in Australia. Okay. Yeah, but as SWK is saying, even though we might see it being killed on the client side, right? That doesn't mean they're replacing everything internal to their networks too, right? And there's going to be so much SIP that's back there still, I'm sure. I can't even think of what was there's a bunch of tools we used to use for it that we had internally. I can't think of names of any of them anymore. Right, and all that kind of stuff, that's been capital expenditure and all that stuff. People aren't replacing that unless they absolutely have to. And the SIP standard's not changing, so why would they, right? And then old signaling protocols, they're to bridge to convert the old signaling. Yeah, right. So you got SS7 to SIP. There's another one I can't think of too. TDM? Is that what I'm thinking of? I don't know. When I was at Core Visa, I didn't do much with the signaling stuff. I did more of the ops stuff and microservices and that kind of stuff. Oh, SS7 is TDM. Okay. See, I know the acronyms, but I don't know their meaning. Seems fine, right? Why would I need to know all of it? Whatever. It's fine. SS7 is basically dead. Yeah. It's funny. So, what I wanted to do is I wanted to take my SIP phone adapter and set it up at the house and use the existing phone wires. And I kept thinking I'd have to disconnect it from the pole, utility pole outside. And then I was like, oh, wait, the last tenant had voice from their cable provider, so it's already cut. Right? And I was like, oh yeah. So now I just need to set up the SIP phone adapter and actually get a switch that's going and all that stuff. But yeah, if SignalWire's way to go, that would be cool. So, okay, where was this line I was just looking at? I wanted to get rid of this new line. Oh, that's in connection. I lost it. B3 connection.c. Discussion brings you back to your old job. Sometimes I miss that space and speaking all day with your acronyms. Yeah, it happens. I will tell you this much. I do not miss Homer. I don't know what was up with our Homer install, but it was not good. Not good at all. 990. It was real bad. Like, it used to crash all the time. For those of you that don't know, Homer is a SIP tracing tool. So all your different SIP switches and stuff, you have them report to Homer so you can see where stuff gets bounced around after calls happen and stuff. So like when there's a connection issue or whatever, blah, 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 right? Because SIP being a voice protocol, like people won't notice 100 millisecond delay in a web request. They might, right? But they'll get over it real quick. But if your call is consistently missing 100 milliseconds, people get pissed. So everything you can do while you're handling that audio has to be deferred and not abandoned, right? So like at one point, so we were building a cloud-based telephony platform similar to Twilio, but more Heroku-like. So what you did is we would let you build your interactive voice recordings, IVRs, in Lua, and then you would push your Lua code to us. And when a call came in, we would spin up a Docker container running your Lua script, which would handle the call. But we ran into issues with our logging, that our logging was causing the call to slow down, the IVR became slow. So we ended up having to spawn, so in the main thread, we would take the log messages and instead of push them out to our logging server, we would plop them onto a queue and we would have a secondary thread that would come through and eat up that queue and send it out just so that the voice processing would be snappy. Like that's how careful you have to be with that stuff. It's nuts. You've just been working on a project to get your soft switch on the approved vendor list at a major U.S. wireless carrier. That sounds like fun. I mean that both facetiously and legitimately. Sure. Seriously, that's what I'm looking for. SIP runs all the way to your iPhone or Android phone for anything through 5G. Oh, interesting. Yeah, they'll lose their mind and bitch and open a ticket. Yeah, they will. Up the ESL bus. We were using Graylog for a while. I'm not sure what ESL is. But so we were using Homer for signaling, but then all of our actual application stuff was using Graylog, which we eventually pushed to JSON to the Elk stack, Elastic, Logstash, and Kibana. Yeah. Oh, you saw his tail. Yeah. Slater likes to spend all his time up here gobbling up snacks now. So, ESL is a core event bus and free. Oh yeah, we weren't using that. You can access it externally, but if you don't eat the events fast enough, you back in the. Gotcha. We might have been doing that at some point. So like we originally started because this is before I joined the company, and my reasons for joining the company are not the same as everyone else's. Whatever, blah blah blah. But originally they were trying to build a call center application and a campaign dialer. Don't hate on me. Wasn't my idea, and I needed to get the fuck out of my job. And they were trying to do that with Twilio. But the problem is, when you're dealing with Twilio, you basically have to be, at the time, this is 2014, you basically had to be in the same AWS data center as them. Otherwise, that latency problem became a big problem again. So what we ended up doing instead is we built data centers in Chicago and Kansas City, Missouri. Or is it Kansas City, Kansas? I can tell you for certain in a second. MCI error port code. You're Kansas City, Missouri. So we built data centers there, and we had our own private fiber loop and all that stuff. So then we set up Apache Mesos there in both of them with Marathon on top. And that's where we started building everything, and that's where we were running Docker containers. And we had free switch instances. We started with a monolithic approach first before we did all the Mesos and Marathon shit. And it was free switch on beefy boxes and stuff like that. Signal wires competing against Twilio now. Nice, nice. Um, but yeah, so we tried to build everything out that way, and then we realized we weren't going to be able to scale. So like had like a couple tenants per machine, and just the price and stuff didn't work out right. And that's when containers started becoming big, and that's when I got started. So I started in March of 2014, and then I gave a talk. I hadn't used Docker at all at that point, but in August of 2014, I gave a talk at that conference on Docker. Because we had already moved all of our call processing and everything into Docker at that point. Startups, we move fast, right? So yeah. But yeah, so all of our logging stuff was pushed off to external services, to the Elk stack. So I think the free switch stuff we were pulling out to and pushing it over, but I wasn't real big on free switch itself. Like I said, I was doing more op stuff and tooling and stuff like that. I did. I wrote a microservice for us to transcode because we got into problems with free switch originally. Nothing on free switch's side. We were getting unexpected spikes on free switch, or CPU spikes. And part of that was, remember, you could push your phone recordings via Git repository, right? And Lua code, and you could put MP3s in there as audio to play, right? So you wouldn't get like the robotic TTS voices, again, 2014. So people would pay people to record their voices and then they'd save it and go like that. The problem was we ended up doing tons of transcoding on free switch, and when your call load goes heavy and you're now your CPU bound transcoding, you have a bad time. To LPC, I don't know LPC 10. We did everything to Moolah back then. Unless that is LPC 10. I know Moolah had a bunch of different names. But so I wrote a bunch of code and so I wrote a bunch of code to our Git commit hooks that would take the files, push them out to a microservice that was worker based that would re-encode all those files and then drop them in an S3 store in Ceph in an S3 clone. And then when the IBR would run, the code, instead of reading the MP3 or whatever, it would then pull it out of Ceph and read it that way. And then that way it didn't have to transcode. So Moolah is G711. Okay, LPC 10 or LCP 10. It's a low bit rate, super lossy compression codec. Makes it sound like Mr. Roboto. Nice. Sounds like that needs to be a hidden option in Pidgin when we get voice and video. So there's all these crazy ideas I want to do when we get to voice and video. Like stuff like that would be fun, right? It's just like voice changer, make my voice sound real shitty. Although I guess you wouldn't really have to do a codec change. You could just run it through a filter. Span DSP open source codec stack. So is there any part of that for GStreamer? Because we're trying to stay with the glib libraries because that just works easier for us. But I'd be is FreeSwitch GPL? I don't even know. I'm gonna guess that Sophia depends on this. Oh, no, okay, but GStreamer plugin's bad depends on this. RTP engine. Huh. Alright, well, either way. But we're trying to go with GStreamer so we have a common interface to everything. But we'll see. Oh, it's Mozilla public license. Okay. But MPL and GPL, I think, are compatible, right? It's been a while since I've looked. Don't they have the license compatibility thing? You can use MPL and GPL, but okay, gotcha. Yeah, I knew they were compatible in some way, but couldn't remember exactly. This is not the list. Oh, nope, that's Creative Commons. All right, well, either way. Yeah, at some point, with the Free Software Foundation's issues, let's go with that. I'm really surprised a lot of people haven't picked up MPL instead, but kind of like the whole use BSD and GPL, but not GPL and BSD. Okay, yeah, gotcha, yeah. So, right, so MPL is more permissive than GPL. Got it. That's what I find funny too when these people are like, you can't do that. Like, your license lets me do that. Less to more, yeah. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. But like the whole RMS stuff, like I've had people say I'm a horrible person for not changing Pidgin's license, and I'm just like, okay, number one, if I could change it, it would go to MPL, but I can't change it because we have this fun problem where like, okay, so there's Mark, right? I'm sure one of these people is dead by now, and whether or not they still have code that's actually here, we can't for certain say that their code didn't lead to the code that's there now, which means their copyright is still valid, right? So we can't get permission from them to change the license. So yeah. SWK, thank you for the 6 months in advance. Greatly appreciate it. You didn't have to do that, but thank you very much. But then we have this other fun problem of like, who the fuck owns the Sun Microsystems copyrights in open source code now? Like, do you think Oracle will reassign that to us? Do you think they'll give us the time of day? Yeah, I know technically it's Oracle, but do they care? Will they waste the time on it? Or will they go like, we're going to revoke that and now your project's dead, right? But they can't revoke it, but you know what I mean, right? Like, are they just going to become dicks? Right, exactly. Like it's a giant crapshoot. Do we have IBM code in here? I thought we had international. No, okay, I guess we don't have IBM. But there's Sun. I don't think we have any actual Oracle. Novell. Technically, they gifted us the code, so I think we own the copyright, but nobody uses NetWare anymore, or GroupWise, so whatever. Does Novell still exist? I thought they were gone. Like, gone. They got... Who, I don't even remember who bought them. But, like, either way, that code's been deleted, so it's gone, right? But anyways, my point is, there's a bunch of companies in here that don't exist anymore. So it's like, well, how are we going to get their permission? Like, now we need to get, like, super lawyers involved to change the license. And, yeah. Yeah, because, like, I thought Motorola bought them or something. And then Motorola got pieced off after Google bought them and then sold them by pieces or something. And, yeah, either way, like, this is just way more a problem than it's worth, right? Like, if somebody wants a multi-protocol chat client and that's with a different license, they can go write it themselves. Like, knock yourself out. Like, I'm good. I'm doing this once. I've done this one forever. Micro Focus and OpenText their own tech now. Okay. Alright, well, I think this is good. I'm sure I have typos. RCV3, implement the kick command. CNE, that's Cisco Network Engineer? Right? Yeah, because it's like CNA, CNE. I don't think you're that much older than me. Oh, Netware Engineer. Okay. Maybe you are a bit older than me. Sorry. I'm old enough that I was taught Netware in school, but I never actually used it. So, like, I've got that going for me at least. So, Netware for 5 1/4? Yikes. Okay, yeah. I was, yeah. Not that bad. We had hard drives. And I don't mean 3.5 floppies. I mean actual hard, like ATA SATA, or not SATA, ATA IDE drives. Yeah, that's why I said IDE. I was like, wait, I need to specify more. Server and kicked others and Pidgin 3 and verified the results. We should probably run the turtles for good measure. Yeah, I know it predates IDE. That's why I was like, oh, wait, I should specify IDE. Like, because we had IDE drives when I did it, so. Although my high school had computers while I was there, that was one of the modern labs that were they 386s or 486s? Maybe they're 386s, but they did not have hard disks. Everything had to be off of 5 1/4. Used to be a starving open source. Well, that's the thing. I'm a part-time contractor now. That's why I'm like, it's not necessary, but I do appreciate it. And it will be put to good use, of course. Like I just bought a new Mac Mini for Pidgin dev testing, which I need to finish. But yeah, so all that money just goes back into Pidgin stuff because everything I do is Pidgin related, except for actual work. So, but yeah, I do appreciate it very much. All right, so we ran the turtles. That was good. And verified the results. Also called in the turtles. Can I confirm that AIM Oscar support was removed from Pidgin? You're currently in a minor spat with someone over this. AIM was shut down on December 15th of 2017. So while Pidgin 2 still ships with the protocol, the servers are long dead. Now, there are some projects out there where people have... So, number one, we've left the protocol there because of a stupid design decision a long time ago that we can't really get around, and that is that if the protocol plugin doesn't exist, you can't look at any logs you have on disk that used that protocol. So the AIM/Oscar protocol code still lives in Pidgin 2 because of that. But you can't actually connect to a service. Now, you can't connect to the official service. Now, there are some other stupid services out there, and yes, I'm going to call them stupid, like MSN Escargot, that have been trying to bring back the server side of this so that you can reminisce and remember your old days. And the problem with this is you're running clients and code that's probably full of security issues that's no longer maintained, and now we're in an ad. If you can still hear me, let me know. Otherwise, I will finish this rant when the ad's over. I did not publish this yet. So, Squidgions, if you can hear me, let me know. Otherwise, I will just wait till the ad's over. Why did we have an extra? I guess we had an extra line there for some reason. It's for the exact reason that you wanted to try to figure. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So, like, the MSN protocol plugin we have, I don't think connects to MSN Escargot. But we're not going to support it because why would we support something for shits and giggles when we need and want to support stuff that people actually need to use to like talk to their friends rather than something to goof around and play around on. Now that said, I'm not saying anybody shouldn't do this. I'm saying I'm not going to make the Pidgin project do any of this. Did we delete AIM? I thought we brought it back because of the whole protocol thing. Maybe I'm just forgetting that. Oh, okay. I got somebody yelled at me or something. I was like, Oh, this is new enough that it's actually, we have the thing on here. You're trying to configure AIM to connect to a third party and it doesn't exist. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, 2.14.13. Well, anything after 2.14.3. I mean, the thing too is like you can compile it. The old code will still work. The problem is everybody just wants to be fed everything, so they're like, "Well, you have to put it back," and I'm like, "You can go compile it and maintain it." Like it's open source. That's how it works. So ICQ moved to a new protocol in 2017. AIM was shut down in 2017 as well. Therefore, this code has been doing absolutely nothing for us. Compiled and ran on Linux. Needs to test on Windows yet. So just need to have this stated because ArchWiki is wrong. I get to correct Arch? Yay! SWK, we don't use Git. We use Mercurial. I'm curious on the ArchWiki though. But yeah, no, we're not reverting that. What was the date on that commit message? Or on that version? That was nearly 5 or 4 years ago. we're not reverting that. Like we could, and it would probably work fine. But yeah. Oh yeah, hell yeah, I got the date right. December 15th of 2017. Ooh. So the funny part, SWK, you'll love this. If you look on my Twitch highlights or something, or if you go to my YouTube, there's a link to my YouTube here. So on that date, just kind of out of nowhere, I reached out to a bunch of retired Pidgin developers, including Mark, and was like, "Hey, AIM is shutting down. AIM, like we have a long history with AIM, obviously." I'm like, why doesn't everybody jump on my stream and we'll just kind of discuss stuff, right? So Mark joined us on that call, and it's on one of the YouTube videos or something. I can find it. But like Mark was attending a bachelor party at the time, so like he was just listening in on his phone and then like kind of chiming in. But yeah, you remember game? Yeah. I mean, what do you mean? It's new. Oh shit, that reminds me. I probably shouldn't say this on stream, but I will. With AOL, with AIM itself being gone now for nearly 7 years, it's possible that the AIM trademark is up for grabs. The reason we had to change the name from Game to Pidgin was because AOL was suing us for trademark infringement. If the AIM trademark is removed, we could potentially provide Game again. And if we were going to do that, I have some interesting ideas for it. But I need to reach out to a lawyer to see if any of this is valid. Oh, you're building a... I mean... Here, right. Let's just do this, right? Okay. Here. Squidgians, if you want something to quote, just jump over here. Just jump over there. Ask, and then I'll spill the whole thing out in text, and then you can link to it in our discourse. Yeah, they might be keeping it alive. Trademark, look up USA. USPTO, yep. Is this right? I think so. AIM, can we do by... AIM's not a word mark. Is it? I don't know. There's a lot of things that are named AIM. The reason they were able to come after us is because we had a competing product with a similar name. Oh, status dead abandoned. So, I've had this idea. So, one of the big differences in Pidgin 3 over Pidgin 2 is it's a single window, right? So, your contact list is built into your window with all your conversations, right? There are... Do an internet spat? Sure. Yeah, we have a lawyer we work with for a bunch of this stuff, and I just need to ask her. I think I need to get approval from the IMF board. It's a messaging freedom, not International Monetary Fund. So when we got sued, when we finally settled, we created IamFreedom.org to be a legal entity because we needed some place that was we could collect money for a nonprofit and stuff and go from there. And then that way, you know, when we need to talk about, when we need to pay for stuff, whatever, it can come out of donations and stuff like that. Here, we can accept donations, all the stuff, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, there's a lawyer we work with from here, and I just need to reach out to them. And I think we talked about this in this. Maybe we talked about it after the fact. I guess we talked about it after the fact. We didn't do it on the record. But yeah, the idea. So, anyways, the idea is with. I already know people are angry that Pidgin 3 is taking more of a chat-based focus or a multi-user chat focus and not a one-to-one messaging focus. So I've been throwing around the idea because I've been throwing around the idea of creating another user interface. And this is probably the first time QLogic is hearing this, but that's okay too. But so here's the thing, right? So that's not what I wanted. The Pidgin 3 UI right now is 15,000 lines of C. The UI files get weird, right? It's not a lot of code, right? And the thing is, we can build another user interface using all the same setup and stuff, but have a completely different layout. And originally, I was throwing around the idea of calling it Pidgin Legacy. But if we can take the game name and bring it back, right? I think that would be very cool. I'm still keeping the aim. What do they call that stupid company? They had the company that bought Yahoo and AIM, and then they created the Squirrel Protocol, and then they did nothing. So yeah, unless it's just Yahoo now, I don't know. As long as you don't let the slack in the UX area like that one IM thing. ThreadMate, cool. What thing you're talking about with Slack? Yeah, it was Verizon, but they called it something weird. I can't think of the name of it. I went to the wrong spot. All right, we're gonna grab this guy. 2.14.3. Fly. Yes. For third-party server host, but I can't seem to find the actual protocol modification. It was removed in previous version. Yes. It was removed in version 2.14.3. Long before the third-party stuff existed. It is possible to pull the code out from any version earlier than that and compile it externally to make it work again. But as there is no longer any official support from the service, the Pidgin team, will no longer be maintaining any of that code. Does that work for you? You got an official response. Oath! That's what it was. Yes, thank you. Oh, it was on the expired trademark? I don't see oath here. Unless it's here. Yeah, oath was the name I was trying to think of. Oh, yeah. Next box over. Okay, 1 second. When does this expire? Oh, it was updated 9/6. Oh. So, wouldn't it be hilarious? Absolutely hilarious if we ended up owning the aim.com. Like, I don't know about you, but I think that would be absolutely hilarious. So, I'm just putting this in my calendar right now. January 11th, 2025 at midnight. Specifically, it's, yeah, January 11th at midnight. I don't need a repeat. That's fine. Yeah, sure, it's all day. All right, so, okay, yeah, okay, yep. So I now have that on my calendar. No, I wouldn't auction it off. I would put. I would put the game website on AIM. Come on. Oh, Mark Monitor. Okay, are they known for that? I don't. I have no idea who this is. So. GAIM, yeah. All right, hold on. Did I actually? No, I still haven't published this damn thing. All right, so you're saying the next box over was... Oh, okay, this one was Oath. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they canceled it even. Okay. Yeah, another one from Oath they canceled. Computer operating programs and computer whatever. Yeah, these are... Oh. No, AIM and Minutech. Okay. Fuck. I need to talk to John about this when he's here next week. Like, we don't need another, we don't need more work to create another user interface, but the thing is, we can probably clone the Pidgin 2 UI very quickly, because of all the stuff we've learned and how to build stuff in GTK 4. Well, AOL exists in some regard, right? But AIM doesn't, and their trademark doesn't, and the trademark was the problem. So... the trademark's gone, right? So, yeah. They're known for helping corps keep their domains. Okay, well, I don't know. Verizon did nothing with Yahoo and AIM, so whatever. Although I know AOL.com still exists, but all right, let me rephrase that. Oath / Verizon / whatever did nothing with Yahoo Messenger and AIM. They did try to create a new version of the Yahoo protocol that was JSON based in 2016 or something. And I know that because Ian had a plugin for it. Because of course Ian did. It's like Yahoo 2015 or something. Okay, I guess we deleted it here. Oh, no, replacement plugin for Yahoo 2016. Right, and then they created the Squirrel protocol, which was like a Slack competitor. But that didn't go anywhere. And then they shut everything down. So yeah. Does the trademark also cover sound, graphics, etc. used as well? Because in that case, control. I think technically, I think they're separate trademarks, right? We only search for the AIM trademark, not the AOL Running Man and that kind of stuff. So kind of SWK. One of the things about Pidgin that we've always done is we've kind of just been wherever people are. So yeah, we're still on IRC. Oh yes. So our official IRC support channel. Oh yeah, that's right. Those are copyright, not trademark. Good call. Good call. So our official IRC presence is on Libera, but we do have a small presence on OFTC as well. But we also have an XMPP conference room. We have our own Discord server now as well. There's a subreddit that we use. We have our discourse, and yeah, we're kind of all over, but it's okay. You could just build Pidgin from the tag source successfully. What a strange feeling. Yeah, you can just build from the tag and that'll work too. If you want to go from the older version, whatever. Yeah, it's Ask Pidgin on Libero. Hey, SWK has joined. Welcome. So I'm messaging you from Pidgin 3. You can even CTCP me and see that it's Pidgin 3. Been trying to find an actual active casual chat on IRC channel, but it's so yeah, like our channel gets barely any traffic. It's usually just support stuff. Yeah, just I can't tell you the last time I've been in an IRC channel that was just casual chat. We kind of had one back in the day for my plugin goofications, but it was really just like the Pidgin room, but unrated. But like back in the day, we used to have like all the issue tracker stuff and commits and action bots, the CIA bots, telling when people were committing code and stuff like that, and it just would flood all that and that kind of stuff. But yeah, anybody remember CIA bots? No, it wasn't called bird poop. It's goofication. So I wrote a plugin a long time ago called goofications. So I don't think there's any screenshots or anything in here, but you can tell by the dates. That's 1.6. Where's the? Oh, let's go to the whole change log. So this repository started in CVS and then went to. I hate the way Mercurial does this. And then it went from CVS to SVN to Monotone to Mercurial. And some things got weird. Oh, hey, namespaces are good things. So what did I change in here? It's probably, so like, in C, you don't have namespaces, so you have to create a namespace literally by, yeah, so like, I had a function named add label, so I named it GF add label, GF being short for goofications, right? And this is all very, very old code of mine. So yeah. Same net, Unify is on? Okay, cool. We just bullshit and troll each other with politics there? Nice. Namespaces are overrated? Yeah. We've never had a problem with that in the Pidgin code base. Never, not once. And all the time. But yeah, so anyways, this is what got me into Pidgin. So long story short, back in the day, if you were running Windows and you were a power user, you would, or maybe not even a power user, but especially if you were a power user, like every 6 months or so, if you wanted your machine to run decently, you would format your hard drive and reinstall Windows. So in the early summer of 2003, I was at that stage, but I had been using Linux on servers for more than a year at that point. And I was like, this new thing called, I just learned about this new thing called Knoppix, Knoppix. And I was like, well, I can boot this. It's a live Linux distro with a GUI. And I can find out if all my hardware will work and if I can get into a graphical environment and everything. So I download the Knoppix ISO, I burn it, plop it, or whatever, close the drive, reboot my machine, and fucking everything worked. So instead of reinstalling Windows, I installed Debian Sarge at the time. Everyone who hears me say my first Debian was Debian Potato, that was on the servers. My first desktop, I think, was Sarge. It definitely wasn't Woody. Okay, it was maybe Woody. No, it had to be Woody because Sarge was 2005. So Woody was my first desktop Linux distro. Potato was my first server Linux distro. Before this, I had played around with Mandrake and Red Hat 5, and it was like virtual PC and shit like that. So of course I didn't do much with it. But yeah, so in June or May or something of 2003, I installed Debian Woody. And when that happened, I was using AIM a lot, like a lot. Like if you know AIM well, you know that there was a plugin called Dead AIM. It even has a Wikipedia page. Oh, I need to log in here. So Dead AIM added toaster pop-ups and stuff. There's not a whole lot on here. And AOL ended up buying it, but it used to add the little toaster pop-ups and stuff like that, and it would do logging and stuff like that. So anyways, when I moved to Linux, I had to find a new AIM client. And I played around with a couple of them. I think it was Copete I played with because I was using KDE at first. And it might not have gone by Copete then. I don't remember what it was called because this is 20 plus years ago. But then I found Game, and I found a couple plugins that did mostly what I wanted to do. But then I just ended up writing the plugin. So like I had learned C a long time ago. I wasn't good at it, which you'll definitely see from the early versions of the GUIfications code. But, you know, I started working on that. Coding with Strangers, the raid. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you. How you doing? How's your stream? What you up to tonight? We are reminiscing about old Linux times. But if you all aren't following Coding with Strangers, you can go give them a follow. Good streamer, working on stuff all the time. I can't remember what you're working on because I haven't been on Twitch in like 2 weeks. But yeah. So I ended up writing GUIfications because I didn't like the implementations that were out there for toaster pop-up plugins. And as I was working on the plugin, I would, of course, find bugs in game, and I would start submitting patches and so on and so forth. And then after a while, I got promoted to a crazy patch writer, which I have a blog post on this. dev.to/grim. If anybody's curious on more of this. So crazy. So like, you know, you have your normal contributors or just like drive by, they throw a patch, whatever, a couple patches here, there, whatever, right? A crazy patch writer is somebody who starts taking on more responsibility. They maybe start developing APIs. What's going on, right, Coding with Strangers? We've been busy. We've been trying to, so we have this deadline of getting an experimental release of Pidgin 3 out by the end of the year. It's gonna be close. And we're spending most of tonight talking, but that's fine too. But we're getting there. But yeah. So anyways, a crazy patch writer is somebody who, like, you've seen a bunch of patches from them. You know they're doing well. They're going above and beyond what a normal contributor would do, right? So you'll see here that was Ivanhoe not promoted at this point yet? No, there he is. Okay. So as I even mentioned here, Ivanhoe is a contributor. He found the project because of the Twitch stream, stuff like that, right? He's the most recent contributor to earn the title in Pidgin, the Crazy Patch Writer title. Like I said, it isn't always about the code. The thing that really made realize that Ivanhoe had earned the title is that while he wasn't writing a bunch of patches, he was taking, if not all, most of the patches that we were setting up for review between me and QLogic, and he was running them through Valgrind and trying to make sure we didn't introduce any new memory leaks, right? That's above and beyond a normal contributor, right? Or a drive-by contributor. And that's why Ivanhoe deserves that, right? Because, like, if he didn't find a memory leak, he didn't say anything. If he did, he did. Or he would add a comment. It was good. Click here to send hate mail. What is this? The Penny Arcade? Sorry, I'm going to preview the link off stream for a second. Okay, that's fine. Click here. I just read this great post on Slashdot. Remember Slashdot? Oh, yeah. Linux crypto hackers open source the BSD Microsoft monopoly. Smack. What? Where am I? You're having some kind of seizure, man. I used to read Penny Arcade, but it's been a long time. No, that's a good one. Before Debian 7, we used RHEL and CentOS until RHEL 6. They broke threading performance with a bunk patch in the kernel and libc. Oh, lovely. You should talk to Sinbleed from here, who might be in chat yet. Switch to Debian 7 and stay there. Today's Dev 12. Yeah, so here's the fun part about all the Pidgin stuff. So our build agents here. Okay, that's not even a good place to show it. So we're using JetBrains Steam tools. They donate them for open source projects, which is cool. It's very nice of them. If you use JetBrains stuff, or if you're questioning on whether or not their stuff is good, I will tell you it is good. So for Pidgin 3, we don't have everything in here like we do for some of the other stuff, but so we build for Alpine Linux. Actually, let me just do this. It'll be easier. How's it going, Dozer? Welcome, welcome. Oh, it's up here. So we build on Alpine Edge. We build with Clang. So because Pidgin 3 is not released, we are not targeting any current long-term support distros. We are targeting whatever their next distribution is, whatever their next version is, because why would we tie our hands when we're not in the distro yet, right? So we test against Debian Trixie, Fedora 40, Fedora 41, Fedora Rawhide, FreeBSD 14.1. I think there's a newer version of this now. I think it's .2 or 3. I need to update the build agent. This is a build whatever tool. macOS Monterey. Yes, this is really old. Like I said, I just bought an M4 Mac. I need to get it finished set up going from there. We also build against OpenBSD 7.6. We're building on a Raspberry Pi 5 running Raspbian or Raspi OS Trixie. Ubuntu Oracular. Is that how you say that? Does anybody know? And then we're building on Windows. The Windows builds, it broke. I've got it mostly fixed, but I've got some weird DL link issue I need to figure out, and I haven't finished figuring it out yet. But like, we're targeting all the newest stuff because why would we not, right? Oracular. Okay. All right, whatever. Ubuntu names are crazy. That's all I'm gonna say. Right? But yeah, I forget why I was saying that now. But yeah. Anyways, so similar to like the whole thing, they're running out of animals, I know. So sort of the idea of like we try to meet our users where they are, because it's easier than like, you know, being that person's like, well, you have to report it over here. It's just like, okay, I'll work with you here, but if there's an actual bug, I'm going to put it in our issue tracker so we have it in one place, right? Codename of 2404, the Noble one. Yeah, Noble was an okay one. Yeah. Yeah, scan build is Clang scan build. And yeah, we're currently failing it. It's something stupid. I haven't looked at it in a while. Actually, it was passing. So what is the problem here? Actually, we can go to artifacts instead, and then we can go to Mason private. No, where is this? Oh, it should be like Mason scan build or something. It's under log. Yeah, there it is, logs. Then we can go here. Boom. Oh, so we have a dead initialization. All right, well, guess what? We can go fix this real quick. Value storage protocol name during its initialization is never read. So the protocol name we use... What? Oh, because it gets overwritten right here. Okay, cool, right? We can go fix scan build. It's just that easy. We need to do a better job about keeping track of what's wrong on the builds, but anyways, like I was saying, we like to go where our users are because it's a better user experience. If if they're in the wrong place, it kind of sucks, but at the same time, it doesn't take that much difference. It's not that much different or that much more energy to just respond to them there, right? But like if they have a valid issue of something that we haven't fixed and can't fix right now, like I'm gonna go put an issue in our issue tracker, right? And be like, hey, like I can't fix this right now, but I'm gonna put this over here. Here's a link to it so you can track it when it's gonna be fixed, blah, 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 right? And then you don't have people hating you all the time. But in the similar vein, we try to, or I prefer to try to build on all the different leaked auth for what? The who is page I just got rid of? What was I saying? I prefer that we try to find all the build errors on all these, I don't want to say exotic platforms, but on all the different platforms, because it's trying to walk somebody through a build failure on some weird Linux distro I have no idea about and I can't see, and we're having to use pastebins and stuff, is freaking miserable. So most of the time it's just easier to spin up a virtual machine or build a Docker container and then try to reproduce their error, and then I can work it from there, and I don't have to take somebody who may not be a Linux expert or an operating system thing. Page URL from build. What, this? It's a pre-signed auth token. It's fine, right? Any one of you can open this. It's fine. I don't care. Send me a backtrace. Yeah. User has the core file, and you're just like, and like, at least there's the system D, core D, or crash D, or whatever it is now. They would just at least kind of fixing those problems. But man, so many times people would send us a core file, and you're like, I can't do anything with this. They're like, but it's a core file. And I go, but I have the development build of Pidgin, not your distro release build of Pidgin with all the libraries you have in your distro. Therefore, I can't load your core file. And they're like, huh? And you're just like, Oh, now I have to explain how core file works. But yeah, so this token is literally just to give you access from here to there, and it's fine. It's not a big deal. And it's like times out after like 5 minutes or something, so it's not a big deal. I don't care. But thank you for bringing that up. It's fine. But yeah, so like you guys should be able to do this, and like you're not going to be here as my user or anything, I don't think. But whatever, it's fine. And they didn't load the debug symbols either anyway. Yeah. I forgot about that part. That's the next problem part where you're just like, yep. Like that's a bummer. Like you go through all that time and you're like, what are we gonna do? How's it going, Jesse Wayne? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Yeah, at least GDB has that dynamic debug symbol downloader thing now, but it doesn't seem to completely work on Debian Unstable. So again, we're not targeting current LTSs and maybe even current releases of distros. So like I'm running Debian Unstable, debug info D. There we go. So like I'm running on Debian Unstable, and occasionally I pull stuff in from experimental, right? Because we're not trying to. For too long in Pidgin 3's development, we were worried too much about maintaining backwards compatibility and stuff like that. And the cold hard fact of the matter is that with tools like Flatpak, AppImage, Snap, isn't there another one? With those, whatever, regardless, with those, you can effectively, like, we don't have to worry about like an old version of libxml on a certain distro anymore, right? We just don't have to care. We can just give you a Flatpak, right? So one of the cool things about Pidgin 3 right now is we have a Flatpak set up so that you can do this. That's not the right clipboard. So you can just run this, if I can paste right. And yeah, you can just check out our code, run this command, and you can run Pidgin 3 depending on how fast your machine can compile it. What do you mean there's only Flatpak? I've been around long enough to know that leaders are temporary, and you should never count something else out just because something already exists. Right? So like back in the day, the big push was this thing called auto package. And auto package, this was before containerization. I think C groups were already a thing, but it was long before we had Docker or anything like that. But there's this tool called auto package, and the idea was that an auto package could be installed system-wide or into your user directory. And it would be one package that would run on all Linux distros. And it got some momentum, it got some traffic. We even had an auto package of Pidgin, but it never caught on. Now, Flatpak's doing much better than auto package ever did. I'm not trying to say it didn't, but there's still some weird issues with Flatpak, and things don't necessarily work right, and there's other issues, right? There's the issue of the amount of bandwidth, the amount of storage, all these things. These are solvable problems, but that doesn't mean that Flatpak's going to be the one to solve them, right? There was some Linux podcast I was listening to. I don't remember which one it was. It might have been User Space or Linux User Space. And they were talking about, I think it was Intel just released some new driver in a Snap package, because in Snap packages, you can release drivers, right? But Flatpak, you can only do GUI applications. You can't even do a command line application in Flatpak. And me and I can't think of his name, George something, the guy that's doing all the immutable Linux stuff, or immutable distro stuff. He was like, well, why would you ever want to put a command line application in a Flatpak? I'm like, because we have this program over here called Finch, which would very much benefit from being in a Flatpak. And so would WeChat and IRSSI or ERSI or whatever, and like anything that I mean, freaking, there's some curses-based torrent client. Sure, put it in a Flatpak, right? But Flatpak has to have a user a GUI tied to it, and that's a problem with Flatpak, right? It's a missing feature, but Snap has it. completely unrelated terms. You're placing bets on Oracle imploding. I one day, maybe one day. The whole thing of the wackos. Why are you installing this new library in my system? I already have it here. Yeah. That's also another issue. But yeah, so now here, so we just built Flatpak for im.pidgin.pidgin3, right? So we can say Flatpak run im.pidgin.pidgin3, and boom. Right, so you can clone our source code right now, and you can get this build from Flatpak. We don't have the commit information. The commit hash should be in here. I don't know why it's... Oh, because we can't read it, because we can't read Mercurial out of that. We need to look at how to possibly fix that. But we'll see. As you can see, one of the other things, again, trying to help users with their problems is a pain in the butt, right? So in the past, it'd be like, open the debug window. What version of GTK do you have installed? Blah, 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 right? But now, here, we just tell them to open the help window, go to build information, hit copy all, right? And then put this in a paste bin. And then, oh, okay, so this is x86, Little Indian. We didn't get a commit hash, whatever. Like I said, I need to figure that out. But libpurple version is 2.90.0, glib is 2.80.2.2, GTK is this, Edwad is that. That's what it was compiled against. We're running 2.90, glib 2.82, GTK 4.16.3, blah, blah, blah. Here's our runtime directories, the XDG cache configuration, and data and locale directories, right? GTK settings that are interesting to us that might be a problem. Where we're searching for plugins, stuff that was passed to Mason as part of the build, right? All of this so that we can better support users when they come in with issues. And was this hard to do? Could we have done this 20 years ago? Yeah. Did we? Why didn't we? Didn't think of it. Right? Just like, oh, this, yeah, that would have been helpful, right? But yeah, anyways, so that's a thing. Yep. Flatpak builder. So yeah, fun stuff. All right, should we go fix that scan build issue? Oh, we don't even have to do that here. We can just go build, and we can say Mason scan build. All right. Oh no, it's that. How do we do this again? Do I have to turn scan build on or something? I don't remember. You had to deal with PeopleSoft for your college internship earlier this year, and it was horrid. Hate the bastard of a database. Oh boy. Oh, it's a ninja target. Gotcha. Thank you. I still never remember if it's the dash. Okay, it is with the dash. But yeah, like shared libraries are great if somebody is actively keeping track of everything and all that. But the thing is, like, when Linux distributions were put together with shared libraries 20, 30 years ago, disk space was very expensive. I should have a GUI. No, that's just called a file manager. Like disk space was, you know, very expensive. Now disk space is nothing. I don't have a good example, but I think I still have my very, 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 very first thumb drive, and it was a monster. Okay, I don't have it here. It's somewhere else in the house. And it was a monster at 512 megabytes. I had Segwin installed on it. I was able to do Pidgin development remotely and stuff because I could just plug it in and go. And I thought it was amazing. And now, like, my Switch has like 64 gigs on a card that's this big. Right? And it's just like, oh, like this doesn't matter that much anymore. What? Okay, apparently we need to update the scan build container because we now have 8 bugs. Oh, no. Okay. I know what a bunch of these are going to be. This is fine. We turn off a bunch of stuff that we can't fix, and it's just like weirdo stuff that's weird and we can't fix. So we're gonna see the Vala stuff. Any Vala or Genie stuff can be ignored. This is the one we actually have to fix. Dereference of null pointer. And invalid stream handling and readline. Okay, well, it's like a whole picture of a wizard. Yeah, exactly. 512 is huge. Code needs a much newer version of the primary dev of libspan DSP. Works with us to fix issues, commits updates direct to our tree, so we know 100% what we need. Yeah. The DR fund is a GR bug? Okay. Yeah, like we, so similar to your problem at SWK with Debian, we have an issue where our Lua unit tests fail on OpenBSD because OpenBSD has too old of a version of Lua LGI. You're talking this one? So this is, oh yeah, okay. So this is not even our code. But yeah, it's weird that it only showed up for Burb. The Facebook app be 2 gig of a download space isn't a problem. Yeah. I'm not saying that you should make your application 2 gigs, right? By no means. I'm saying, like, so with the Pidgin Flatpak, right? So where's Pidgin? Right. Okay. Oh, we have it on different branches. Where does this list the size? Sure. Oh, show size. Nope. Show details, probably. Okay, right. So if we find Pidgin here. So 12.9 megs, right? And the reason this is so small, even this one, 12.8, the reason this is so small is because we depend on the GNOME runtime, right? And the GNOME runtime is going to be big. Do workbench, Adwada theme, GNOME software development, 47, right? So this is 2.2 gigs, but like if you're running Flatpak on a GNOME system, you probably already have this, right? So we're just reusing that library rather than your system one, right? So it kind of evens out. I don't know. Maybe we have a different option or something that's going on with Burb, and that's what's causing it to fail out like that. I don't know, but let's fix this stupid display error one. Account display refresh. This is Pidgin display.c display window.c 58. Or close enough. Or not close. Oh, I typed 500 something. Nope. There. No. Where? What file are you? Pidgin account display. My bad. So account display. Yep. Have a good one, Squidgy. I hope you win your internet battle with my comments now. But yeah, thanks for coming by, hanging out. So one of the things we had weird in Pidgin 2 was like we'd never created, there was only a very few widgets we actually created that were composite widgets. In Pidgin 3, almost everything is a composite widget. So like whenever we wanted to display an account where it had like the icon and all that blah 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 blah, that would be like handcrafted GTK that would get created as a whole new set of widgets every time that had to like watch signals and all that stuff, and it got weird and crappy, and sometimes we'd have to call update methods and stuff like that. In Pidgin 3, all the widgets are connected and bound to the properties on their lib purple counterparts. So when the property changes on lib purple, Pidgin just updates and everything's fine and happy. And it is wondrous, let me tell you. Call of Duty gets away with like 500 gigs these days. Yeah. Fat apps are back in vogue. Yes. I'm like, you don't need a Blu-ray to install Pidgin. That's okay, right? Or any flat pack for that matter. But video games with their 4K textures and 8K textures, and yeah, it's absurd. Oh, it's gonna be a different path this time. That's fine. But yeah, so the reason we only saw this one on the build tool is, well, actually, why didn't we see the burb one over there? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. Oh wait, the Pidgin one is now showing the dereference too. You're almost 40. 4K really doesn't. Yeah, so I am over 40, but so my parents are looking for a new TV. My mom has my opinion on it, and one of the TVs she sent me had 140 hertz refresh rate, and I'm like, Mom, you just had cataract surgery. Everything looks perfect now. You do not need 140 hertz refresh rate. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but yeah, right? Just like fun times. Okay, so those dead assignments, those aren't actually dead. It's just the way the code works, right? So so Vala and Genie get transpiled to C, and that's what's getting scanned there, and that's why it looks weird and crappy. Reminds you of audio, dude. Don't get me started on audio files. It's just like, okay, sure, yep. Like, have you ever gone to a concert in your life? Did you always wear ear protection? Like, because I sure didn't. And I definitely have hearing loss. Gold-plated cables, yes. How very true, yes. It's better conductivity. It lets the electrons move faster. Monster cables. Started recently, remember CKY? Yes. You saw them in Denver and had to get them? What? Had to get them what? You're talking about Camp Kill Yourself? Bam Margera's brother's band, I assume? I actually really like CKY, even though apparently Bam's brother is a big prick, which go figure, because so is Bam. Oh, hearing protection. Gotcha. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I really enjoy their music, but it's just like, oh, there's a lot of baggage with that band. Let's go with that. Oxygen-free copper cables, is that a thing? Has somebody actually tried to sell that? That's ridiculous. Does anybody else get bad signal on their iPhone when laying down? I don't. Actually, so, okay. Well, I got a bunch of tech people here. Hold on. Bear back. Give me 1 second. So a couple years ago, I bought this iPhone 8 SE for reverse engineering purposes for Pidgin and stuff, because the reverse engineering stuff for iPhone apps is better than the Android stuff, or at least that's what I've been told. And so I went to use it the other day because I bought that Mac Mini, and it's like, we've sent the code to your device, and nothing. Now the shitty part is, it had been sitting there plugged in for probably over a year, and I hadn't used it, but it seems to be dead. So if anybody has any suggestions on how to bring it back, let me know. I let it sit on my Anchor battery pack here for a while, no difference. I let it sit on a chai charger overnight. It was still charging when I woke up the next day. So if anybody has any ideas, let me know. Back in the 90s, you worked in a high-end audiophile store. We used to sell like 4-meter cables for $500. Oh my God. I found that the Wi-Fi tethering feature works like crap. That sucks. Oxygen-free copper speaker cables. We had that on the packaging. People would pay double for it. The wire itself was just off the shelf, built-in 12-gauge wire. God. Gotta get a Ouija board and summon jobs. What is DFU mode? Let's pretend I don't know shit about Apple products. Yeah, I think the battery, well, it shouldn't have been dead. It might have drained and I didn't notice it, but it seems to be completely, utterly toast. Oh, done fucked up. Gotcha. That makes sense. But so lightning cable in, plug into battery pack. And once I get my stupid USB-C cable out of here, plug into battery pack turns on. Nothing. Yeah, but DFU means done fucked up, I'm assuming. So yeah. In iPhone 7 they installed Linux on it. That's fun. Nice. I have an iPod 3rd gen somewhere in my basement that I installed Linux on 20 years ago. I don't think that's it. I don't. It doesn't matter if it's the official meaning. It's the unofficial meaning of it right now. I can try iTunes on a WinVM. I can just go install iTunes on my Windows machine too. But what is that going to do? It doesn't do anything. Like, is it going to see it and try to bring it back? Like, I'm not worried about any data on it. There's no data for me on here. This was purely built or purely bought for reverse engineering. And I don't think I ever got Cydia actually installed correctly, because nobody had jailbroken this yet, which was my bad. No, how do I get to DFU mode? You're telling me about DFU mode, but not how to get to it. So I have no idea how to get there. And I cannot type LSUSB right now. Actually, it'd be easier if I do this. LSUSB pipe to WC minus L. 20. Unplug. Yeah, it doesn't show up in LSUSB. It's just dead. It doesn't do anything. It just charges forever. Right? Charge. And I can let it sit here and charge, and it'll just be charging forever. So, like, it doesn't do anything. The charging circuits seem to work, though, right? So I have a QI charger, chai charger, whatever, right here. And this mat on my desk, which you can't see right now, it is a chai charger on the side. And it went red like it's charging. But like I said, I let it sit there for days, or for over an hour, and just nothing. Or whatever, for hours and nothing. But I did not let it sit on the USB battery pack for a long time. It should be an 8-second edition. And of course, it's not labeled on here, right? I'd have to go find the box. Otherwise, I think I bought it from Woot, which is where my new Android phone is coming from. Because I'm too cheap to buy a phone for $800. So I bought a Pixel 6a refurbished for $80. Because that's how I roll. That's right, I have Windows licenses I bought from them too. Jesus, when did I buy this? I had IMF reimburse me for it too. And then it died on me and I'm like, fuck. Oh, my current phone I bought on June 16th of 2021 from Woot, Pixel 3. This hasn't been that long. No, this is real old stuff now. What the hell? I must have skimmed past it. Connected via USB to computer with iTunes first, and then you hold down... Okay. I can try that. Okay. Apple iPhone SE. This page still work? Yes. This is the page I bought it from. Back July 8th of 2022. It's over 2 years ago. Fuck, I paid $200 for this thing? I was scratching dent and whatever. Why is there no freaking model number in here? Like, Apple's so weird with the model number crap. But yeah, anyways, that's the page I bought from. So, iPhone 6 SE got killed after a botched iOS update killed its MIC chip. Apple, of course, denied it, yet rolled out a hotfix for overheating phones within a week. Oh, fun. Oh, 8 SE. Okay, maybe it's the same deal, right? It could have gotten updated and just died. And it was sitting, like, I've got a vertical file thing, and I've got laptops and phones and tablets and shit in it. And it's just been sitting there charged for whenever I need it, but yeah. Yeah, I tried the tap volume, yeah, so volume up, volume down, power, hold for up to 10 seconds. Tried that. It's possible it didn't have enough charge or something, right? I'm not opposed to trying it again, but I have tried this. Go down to the train station, ask around. Someone will sell you a used phone cheap. Just don't ask too many questions. I could just go to the Apple store too. And they're going to be like, it'll cost $4 million to fix this $2 part. And yeah. This is in verb introspection for read line. Okay, this is fine. But this shouldn't exist here? I don't know why it's seeing this. Oh, no, never mind. This is not our code. Okay. Yours was fully charged prior to upgrading it. Never occurred to you that anything was wrong until the battery went flat. Nothing after that, despite leaving it hooked up to charge for a week. Oh, God, that sucks. Yeah, it's very possible that's what's going on here, too, right? If it's dead, it's dead. It sucks. But I'm like, maybe somebody here has hit it, and it sounds like Euro has, and that the solution is throw it out. Right? That seems to be the solution. Fuck, and it is almost 2 in the morning. I have a call in 6 hours. A work call in 6 hours. My work schedule has been obscene lately. So here it. So I'm a part-time contractor right now, and I've got one client. And I've been invoicing them every 2 weeks. So my current timesheet looks like this. Can you figure out why I have been so tired and exhausted lately? So this is the start time. This is the end time in 24-hour time. So on November 4th, that was Sunday, from 2:30 a.m. to 3:30 a.m., I had a call with Italy. And then I worked in the office from 1 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. And then the next day, I had a call or something from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And then I went into the office late. No, maybe I didn't go into the office. No, there was more. There was another call I had to take between 5 and 4, or 3 and 4. And then, like, I shouldn't be having these crazy jumps in between stuff, right? It's just like, oh my God. Yeah, so this is why I haven't been streaming and why I've been exhausted and sleeping. Because, yeah, this sucks. Oh, and actually, I left today at 6. Not 5:30. I put it in as 5:30, but then I left at 6. So what happens when you work with Europeans and Aussies? Yeah. And you're dead on, because we have customers in Australia too, and it's all over the place. It's just like, I just want to get a full night's sleep. Come on. But yeah, so tomorrow's 8 a.m. call is with Europe and a couple people here, and it's just like, dude, I'm tired, man. So last night I was on a call from 3 until 4, like 4:15, and the guy I was working with had to go do something else right away. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to bed because it's 4:15 in the morning. Like, even though I took a nap before this call, I'm going to bed. Like, this is, yeah, we're good. All right, so the rest of this I think is okay. Branch, scan build. Fix a simple scan build find. In Romania too? Yeah. Oh, we work with the Open SIP guys. They're in Romania? Okay, gotcha. OpenSIP is the one that's built on top of Asterisk, right? Or what's the... Is that FreeSIP or something? What? There's some distribution built on top of Asterisk, and I can't think of the name. FreeSIP would be too close to FreeSwitch. So it can't be that. What am I thinking of? FreePBX. There we go. Okay. That's close. But yeah, so years ago when I started looking at the Pidgin SIP stuff, I set up FreeSwitch on in a virtual machine on my NAS at the time. And what I didn't realize was my NAS was also running Docker containers, and it turns out that the Docker IP table rules totally butcher any sense of a regular Linux network bridge. So I just kind of got stuck for a while and didn't do anything with it. But now I actually have a Kubernetes cluster in my basement, which runs all my container workload. So, and now I have a separate VM server. These are like, you know, hand-me-down cheap machines you buy wherever. So like the Kubernetes cluster, I bought 5 machines, 5 exact same machines off of some guy locally from Craigslist for $70 a pop. Right? 5 nodes in a Kubernetes cluster. There you go. And my virtual machine server right now was going to be a backup NAS. I was going to drop at my parents' house, and I still need to do that at some point. So I have a local backup. Where's I going with this? Oh, but now I have a dedicated machine that actually has bridge networking and stuff like that working. So I need to go and put FreeSwitch or FreePBX or something like that on it so I can have a SIP server in the house and go from there. But that's all. But then I've also been stuck because I wanted to get a Piston number to actually have it work, because, you know, sometimes phones reception sucks ass, but my internet's still live, so, you know, whatever. Repair shop can maybe fix it if they can fix the PMIC chip and have the tools to fix it in software to accept the new chip. Let's capture, yeah, the part parent, yeah. If you don't know, so I'm assuming you've read most of Cory Doctorow's and shitification stuff, especially about part pairing and all that other crap. And if you remember any of that, I think this is out on the... What the fuck was this? But anyways, if you've read any of Cory Doctorow's books, you have read my name. And you have seen, and you have read him, seen him talk about Pidgin. Oh no. Quantum Apprentice with a raid. Welcome. How you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? Hopefully, having fun. I'm trying to remember what you were doing last time I saw you stream, and I don't remember. It was your movie thing. I know you're doing some Reddit stuff, whatever. Actually, it'll be easier to do it this way. But yeah, so if you're familiar with Cory Doctorow's work, oh hey. I know, dude, I was just showing people my work schedule from this week. And here, you want to know why I don't remember what the hell happened last week? Now, it's not a ton of hours, but look at the difference in time. Like, I am exhausted. Yes, all over the place. But yeah, so it was funny at this book signing. Like, I'm waiting my turn to come up in line and stuff. And then my turn comes up and Cory's like, hey, I know you. And everybody else that's still there turns around like, who the fuck is here that Cory's like, hey, I know you. So anyways, years ago, Cory wrote a post about interoperability for EFF. Operability. No, it was longer than this, wasn't it? Anyways, he interviewed me for it. So I met him a couple years. I mean, it was via a voice call, but yeah. Nope. Nope. Aha! This is it. Yep. Hey! So. Oh yeah, even instant messaging freedom got a shout out here. Yep. So, yeah, good times. Slowly growing that clout, slowly. But like the one day I'm sitting here, I'm reading through one of his fiction books, and it's like, oh yeah, we used Pidgin and blah blah blah, and I'm like, what the fuck? And that was before he knew me or anything, right? So it was just it blew my mind. It's like, oh, it's like back in the day when we all got involved in open source stuff. Like we used to keep track of when Pidgin, Pidgin has been in a couple TV shows and stuff like that. I think actually Pidgin, Terminator, Sarah Connor Chronicle. I think this is the one we're in. I'd have to go find a screenshot, but I'm not seeing it here. But like they show a chat program at one point. I think this is the one, and it's Pidgin. Well, it was a game at the time, I think maybe. But yeah, it's just like, oh, our software is in a TV show. You're just like, oh shit, right? It's like the cameo you never expected to happen and you knew nothing about, and then you're just there, right? And yeah, we're not going to see it here. But anyways, there's a bunch of other stuff that's out there that's similar to that. And at some point I need to go through and collect all that and present it somewhere and stuff. Unfortunately, I have to wear protection to be around people. Yeah, I mean, I probably should have had a mask on, but I'm not, how do I say this? Without trying to sound like a cocky prick, my immune system's very good. I don't tend to get sick, at all. Common cold usually lasts less than a day in me. And I did get COVID at one point, and it sucked, right? And I'm still not sure how I got it because I was masked and everything. But I haven't gotten it at all since then or anything. So, yeah. No, so that picture with Dr. O was... What was the date on this? Was that this? Yeah, that was this year. That was April 17th of this year. So, but Corey masks all the time. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Some people want to take more precautions, and that's fine, right? We shouldn't shame them. Maybe they're immunocompromised. Maybe one of their loved ones is whatever. Is more susceptible to it, stuff like that, right? We have no idea, right? So, just let them do what they need to do, right? And there's not hurting anybody by them wearing a mask. So, who cares? Right? You want to wear a mask because it makes you feel more comfortable? Fine. No skin off my back, right? But, I mean, that's the thing. Just remember, people got different things going on. Yeah, I know. Yeah, in general, it sucks, right? I'm not saying, Jesse, I'm not saying you were trying to shame or anything. I'm just trying to make a generalized statement, right? Because during COVID and everything, right, there were so many people that were like, oh, those masks don't do anything, blah, 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 and they're mask shaming. And it's just like, dude, just chill, right? Maybe they're sick and they don't, but they have to go get groceries because they don't have anybody they can call, right? And they don't want to make everybody else sick, right? There's a billion reasons for someone to wear a mask, and none of them are your business, right? And I'm not trying to single anybody out, right? I'm talking in general, right? And it's like if I'm sick and I'm hacking up stuff and crap all the time, and I have to go out in public, I'm gonna put on a mask, right? Do I want to be the asshole that goes and makes everybody sick? No, not at all. You're a master to avoid the Bill Gates 5G tracking with facial recognition? Yes. Very nice. And I accidentally just lowered my chair. Because I have a cat in the way here. Who just comes for the treats now. With Big Boy gone now, he is big. Slater here has been. They've been using the word clingy because he used to stay a fair amount away and everything, and now he's just around all the time. That's okay. That's okay. Get out of there. You cannot have Twix. You are just being a menace right now. Here in Europe, authorities buy surveillance things from China. I'm pretty sure they can get you by your gait and other features, even if your face is covered. Yeah. Funny you should mention that, because in a bunch of Cory Doctorow's little brother stories, he talks about. So he just primarily focusing his primary audience he's trying to reach is young adult, which is fine. But the stories are good because he talks about crazy privacy stuff like people being identified by the gait of their walk and everything and stuff like that. So it's funny you mentioned that right after I mentioned Cory Doctorow. But yeah, if you're looking for books to read, basically any of his stuff is really good. But start off with Lost Cause, I think is the first one in the Little Brother stuff, or is the Little Brother first? I don't remember. Either way, he's been doing a bunch of books in that series. They're pretty good. And right now on his podcast, he's been going through a novella he wrote with those same characters and everything. That's been pretty good. Ran, scan, build, and verified. The warning was gone. Get out of there. You're such a punk. Such punk. Barely in frame, too. Yeah, up here. Yeah, say hi. Say hi. Up here, Slater. Okay, or not. Oh, sorry. Squash your paw. Put the phone over there. You live in the South, you hit some whack job, give you crap for having a mask at the supermarket. You hit him with a vaccine 5G Bill Gates tracking chip and facial rec, and I'm pretty sure he was looking for a gas mask when I got done with him. Nice. Want to be anonymous at a protest? Don't bring your phone and put a pebble in one of your shoes. Change your clothes after. Yeah. Jesse Wayne, have you read any of Dr. O's books? Because you are definitely on the same mind wave there. Sometimes you gotta troll the trolls. Yep. You read some articles? Okay. Yeah, his like blog post stuff can get a little out of control. And I'm by no means like a great reader. Like, I'm not fast, but fuck, it takes me so long to read through some of his stuff. Like the books, I'm just flying through. But like, he had one on Mastodon today. And I'm scrolling down to see how long it is, because it's like, all right, how long is it going to take me to get through this? And like, he always does it segmented and stuff. Oh, so 16 hours ago he posted. Wait, where is this? 792 words on Enshittification. Oh, no, it's what he's written. All right, because he's doing a new book on Enshittification. Where the hell is his? Is this it? No. Nope, that's nope. No, I did not read this one. Right, so he'll post stories like this. And like, this doesn't look like it's long to read, but then you look at the progress bar and all of a sudden you're like, fuck, it's been 20 minutes. Okay, this actually one isn't that long. But, yeah. So, but no, it's good stuff. If you don't care for it, you don't care for it, it's fine. Okay. All right. That said, TP Pidgin clean. All right. HG CD build. Pull minus U, HP up default. Oh, I rebooted. Speaking of paranoia. Oh, we have to hide the keyboard too. Look at that. I almost missed that one. Okay. Oh, it's not paranoia when they are out to get you. Yeah, and my SSH keys will get you pretty far. You can get a lot of stuff with my SSH keys or my PGP key. So, and it's not like anybody's been training AI on like learning streamers typing and their keyboard sounds. It's not like there's tons of video data where you can match the sound up to what comes up on my screen or anything. So yeah. So yes, I mute and hide my keyboard, and yeah. It's also closed with infrared LEDs on them. You can become a Christmas tree to cameras. You just gotta get everybody to do that, and then you blind them. Hide everybody in the massive IR LEDs. It's like the whole idea of what do they used to call them? Email tumblers or something? And then they tried to do it with crypto. Well, I mean, they did do it with cryptocurrency too, but that just becomes an offense because it's technically laundering money. Was it mixers? Okay, yeah. Where like even then, I'm still not sure how that's supposed to work, especially if it's not cryptid. But whatever. Crypto's fun. Cryptography is fun. Yeah. Oh, we were trying to pull. There we go. You still have burnable email addresses? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Proton has stuff. I know Mozilla had some weird stuff at some point. GitHub has like private email addresses you can use too, so you don't have to actually have your email address in a commit message, stuff like that. There's all sorts of stuff out there. But I'm saying like the idea of the mixer is, unless it's going to a burner, like the whole point of the mixer was to like make it hard for them to track what's going where. But like if your message, like I don't know, I got to be missing something key about the way the mixers worked, because like SMTP is plain text, and unless you're doing it secure, it doesn't matter, right? Like I don't know, unless the mixer is rewriting to and from and stuff. I don't know, right? I'm sure there's a way that it makes sense. I just don't know what it is. And I'm just guessing here. SB has supported TLS. Yeah, I know. But like nowadays, like so my understanding of the mixer was like you were supposed to hide it in the amount of traffic, right? So like even if it's TLS, they can still like use heuristics to figure out where your message went, right? So like if your message was like 10 megs and everybody else was a kilobyte, right? Oh, when that TLS connection goes out, I can see where they're connecting, right? And I know where it's going, right? Like the mixer has to do more. I use PGP for signing Pidgin releases. I don't really use it for email anymore. Just because nobody fucking uses it anymore. So it's just like, why am I typing my password all the time? This is dumb. You can trust Proton and other privacy email providers that won't scan your email to gather information for ads. But beyond that, yeah, like I don't know. I really should probably protect my email more, but I'm using G Suite and I'm on a grandfathered plan, so I don't pay anything. So like anything I have that would need to be like protected communication, like I have Signal for it. So right. Just like yeah. Okay, I think we're good here. But yeah, I do really want to get off of Google, but I really don't want to mess with email like at all. The whole reason Pidgin ended up using Discourse now is the hosting provider where we were running our email was getting out of the hosting providing business, and we started setting it up with Ansible and stuff to build an email server and all that. And it just got so cumbersome. It was just like, why are we doing this? So we ultimately just said, fuck it, discourse. And there were people who were like, oh, I'm not going to be on your mailing list. I'm not going to participate. I'm like, you haven't participated in 2 years until I said that we're going to turn down email. Shut up. You really want to keep your comm secure? You don't route it over the internet? Yeah, exactly. There's a few of us are slowly building out a mesh-tastic mesh here. One guy's getting all of them ready and stuff right now. But then we all live relatively close in the city. So we're hoping we'll be able. So mesh-tastic, if you all aren't aware, mesh-tastic. It uses LoRa, low radio something. Yeah, LoRa. So we're hoping we can at least get a small network going, stuff like that. And so this is so funny, right? So like 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Open Source Security Podcast, was talking about this. So funny story. So I'm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Josh Brescher's one of the guys on here. Yep. So episode 452 about Mesh-tastic. Josh Brescher's lives up in Green Bay, in the Green Bay area. And I met him this past year at CypherCon. Oh shit. Thank you. And I met him this past year at CypherCon. And so anyways, we were talking about this, whatever. So then on Mastodon, we just go fastodon.org/@Pidgin. Sure. So we were talking about this. No, I want mentions. Do we not? No, we don't have mentions. How do I get mentions? I can't get mentions here. There should be. Yeah. So if we go here, so I don't. No, it's fine. So anyways, I'm talking to, like, I listen to it, I get an idea of what it's doing, stuff. I'm like, you know, it'd be cool if we had this in Pidgin. So I mentioned that, all whatever, blah blah blah, and then a couple days later, Ivanhoe goes, "Hey, this isn't the same post," but he goes, "Hey, look what I just found," and so I bought 2 of these LoRa radios so that I could start working on a Pidgin plugin for it and stuff. And it turns out this Dade Koza was already working on it. And now he just had an update a couple hours ago. So he has channels, message acknowledgements, node info, device notifications, and traceroute are all implemented. So, sweet. So now you can send messages between Mesh-tastic devices using Pidgin. Well, actually, he hasn't released anything yet, but, you know, he's got some work done. And I told him, I was like, hey, whenever you're ready to post this, let me know. We'll get it listed on the Pidgin website. So, well, I see, oh, those are, okay, yeah, cool. I was like, I see some printfs, but it's probably G-sturdy printf, but yeah. So it's like, cool, I don't have to do any of this now. But anyway, so getting that all set up will be cool. So like, oh, we're not even using the internet. We are using, Mesh-tastic is supposed to have encryption and stuff too. Just break out the cone of silence, yes. All right, cool. That one's all right. The 4 dead assignments are that. Okay, yep. That's in. Okay, that's all fine. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, there's another one out there, and somebody said it to me all shittily. I can't remember, Reticulum or something. That's also sending end-to-end encrypted messages over LoRa. So, like, yes, Pidgin's still in this game. Haha, get it? GAIM game. Rawr. All right, 3658 is merged, completed. Did I see something else got approved? Oh, geez. Is this a grammar special? It's all stupid shit. Yep, grammar. Misaligned. Yeah, yeah, that's just me sucking. That is a good question. Yep, same here. Okay. Because I thought you weren't supposed to actually translate them until you're ready to use them. I thought that was the rule, but it's been a while. They're used for, so I was thinking when they're used in the UI, but you're right. Like, you're supposed to use n underscore when it's like a struct or something, and not just the user interface. But that's fine. It's the problem is I haven't actually had to worry about translation stuff like it actually working in a long time. So I'm gonna make mistakes, right? And yeah. 981. So speaking of, I'm also trying to figure out. Oh, it's in the comment. I'm trying to figure out if we should do a string freeze for Pidgin 3 experimental 1 or not. And if the username substituted in it. Ah, okay, yeah. Good point, good point. What branch should I fork this feature branch so I can diff it? Overseas, developer, repo name. Me. That's the repo. What branch? The feature branch. Me. Yeah. So we just, we do use mercurial branches, which are heavyweight branches, but they don't ever hit the main repo. So it's fine.
Good morning. Good night, Mr. Graham.
How's it going, Steve-O? How you doing? Hope your day's off to a great start. Mine needed to end like an hour ago. But we're still here. Because that's how we do things. I still don't know how the hell I'm going to make this 8 a.m. call. It's about R&D. Like, come on. You can't do R&D later in the day? You really think I'm going to have great R&D in the morning? Right. Reading emails and stuff? Nice. Like, do you all have, like, great ideas and designs in the morning, first thing in the morning? Like, I sure don't. Guys, these guys get, like, a CVS. Yeah, I mean, so, as you might imagine, being in charge of a pretty popular open source project, I get a lot of shit for not using Git. And it's not that I don't know how to use Git. It's that I fucking hate Git. Like, entirely. So like the other day, I stashed a commit, and I tried to apply the stash, or I stashed the working copy, and I tried to apply it, and it was still in my commit log. And I'm like, what the fuck? How do I delete this? I'm like, oh, I've got to do git stash delete, even though I applied it, and it didn't get rid of it for some reason. And it's just like, I don't understand why people think this is good. I just don't. I'm like, but you have everything in the ref log and blah blah blah, and it's just I don't want to get on the Git rant. I do not want to get on the Git rant. It's like, if you use it and you like it, that's cool. Just don't try to force it on me, right? It's like religion. Like, practice whatever you want. Keep it the hell away from me. I ran the turtles, didn't I? I think so, because it should have been it was 13. I don't know, whatever. Used Bitbucket for the longest? When it was still Mercurial, or what? So, funny story. Most of my team from Corvisa now works on Bitbucket. When it was still Mercurial? Yeah. Unfortunately, none of them decided to tell me when they were going to get rid of Mercurial support, but I pulled it out of my old team lead because he was the first one that went over there. So what we ended up doing is, instead of moving to Git, I built this tool called HT Keeper, which is what is running here at keep.iamfreedom.org, which is a small Go application that implements, uses Go SSH to implement an SSH server, and it uses Go Fast CGI to run the Mercurial web interface, and then it will negotiate the SSH connections and then run Mercurial serve over the SSH connection. And yeah, it works good. Works real good. For handling authentication, I found this thing called Caspin. So basically what happens is I didn't implement I implemented Caspin with a default configuration, but you can implement it however the hell you want. So with a little bit of work, a contributor was able to add, what the fuck is this AI bullshit that is taking up the whole goddamn screen? So another contributor went through and was able to implement LDAP support by just like some minor stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, this is fine. Comes down to what works best for you. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so Caspin, Go Caspin, it's a very cool project, works very well. So like, here, I can even do this, right? So PHE Keeper IMF, or is IMF HE Keeper? Right. So here's our model. This is the default model that we ship, right? So we just define a request as a subject, object, and the action. Then we have a policy which has, what's the EFT again? Or that's the effect, right? Then we create two roles. One is for grouping users, and the other one is for grouping groups, I think. Then our policy effect is if the, I've got to look at this. I don't remember what the hell it is. I wrote this years ago now. But anyways, so if the request is the subject or the subject is public and the key match is a function we implement of the request matches the key request of the what did I say? Of the policy? Yeah. And then oh, this is for like read write and in it, right? So then if you look at our policy file, there's no passwords or anything here, so it's fine, right? So we give admins, so this goes top down, right? So if something matches first, anything at the top of the file will match before anything at the bottom, right? So if you are in the group admins, on all repositories, you get init access, which means you can create repositories, read repositories, and write repositories, right? And then we explicitly give admins write access to the HG Keeper repo, and then we explicitly remove the public access to the HG Keeper repo. There's not that there's anything super important in here, but this is a data mine of who to social engineer, right? Because then you can see who is admin, whatever, blah, 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 right? But then we also give the Team City admin or Team City account read access to everything because Team City is how we're building stuff, blah, blah, blah. And then in the Pidgin Nest group, we give you access to anything under Pidgin Nest. If you're in the Pidgin group, you get anything under Pidgin, blah, 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 right? And so on and so forth. And you can just do all this as much as you want, right? So there's me. I get init access on anything. So we give everybody their own namespace for repos too, right? So like under Grimstar, me, I get access to all that. I get init access. QLogic gets everything there. Reconaro, blah, 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 right? And you just define this however you want. And it's just a YAML, or not a YAML file, it's just a CSV file. It goes, it works, it does its thing. And that's how the auth is handled. Well, that's not how it's handled, but then in the keys directory, we have a stack of SSH keys here. And we just try to match, and you can put multiple keys in here, and if we find one that matches, you're good. If you don't find one, we're gone, right? That's it. That's all you gotta do. It works very well. But HE Keeper is only like 2,000 lines of code. 1,863 lines ago. There's a little bit of Python because we've got to interact with Mercurial and stuff. But I think we're using CHG now internally. But yeah, what's the C? That might be the C code. I don't remember. But yeah, there's nothing to it. And it's just like, yep, that's how we're hosting our stuff. Because I had this running on Kubernetes for a long time too. And we needed something that was modern that you could run on a container and it would work fine, right? So that's the deal. Did I finish updating this? No, I did not. I'm getting so fucking sidetracked. Rebase and addressed issues. All right, well, the next step I was going to do was to start handling the online functionality of conversations. But as you can tell, I'm also starting to lose my voice because I've been talking for 5 hours. Edit a command to the... Okay, cool. We can merge that. CDP, Pidgin, clean, HE up default, HE pull, SU, CD build, RBT, land, minus R3656. So, yeah. Either way. So, one of the reasons Pidgin 3 takes so long, we lost a bunch of hosting providers, including our source code. So, we had to write a new hosting thing. That didn't take too long. The bigger issue was moving our issues. We moved everything into the JetBrains stack. So UTrack, and getting stuff from Edgewall track to UTrack, JetBrains UTrack, was a fucking pain. That was mostly because track sucks, but yeah. You discussed writing some stuff like this and a bug tracker for FreeSwitch many years ago and decided we'll just use Atlassian stuff because free. Yeah. Else we'd be a ticket and source tracker project, not a... Yeah, I know. We went through the same thing, right? So when I took over the project in 2016, we started going that path, right? We wanted to not do that stuff so we could focus on building Pidgin. But then in 2017, we lost 4 hosting providers, right? So we lost Bitbucket supporting Mercurial. We didn't want to go to Git because we have a horrible history with Git. So much so that one of the people... There was somebody who was trying to push Git on us so hard that we banned them from our community, but we inadvertently got them involved in the Mercurial community, which they then got banned from. And then a couple of years ago, I found out that person also got banned from the Git community. So, yeah, there's that part. But we were using Atlassian Bamboo for a while. I didn't want to go to Jira, but we were using Bamboo, and we were using Bitbucket. And we couldn't use Bitbucket server because that was Git only, and we didn't want to use Git. So then we started looking at SourceHut. Like, I still pay for a SourceHut license because it's a good place to just dump stuff for a backup. Yeah, 3663 should be a trophy. The contribution model for SourceHut is not good for the majority of our contributors. Setting up email and sending patches via email via either Mercurial or Git, like it's okay, but like you're gonna get like the old crusty contributors and nothing else. And more to that point, I still don't understand why Drew DeVault hasn't set up an email server just for the code contributions on SourceHut, where you just submit your patches directly to that using your normal SourceHut login, right? So instead of actually having to route mail from the Git CLI or Mercurial CLI through like your real email provider to end up on the SourceHut servers, that seems like it's adding way too many potential issues, right? You got email delays, you got spam, you got whatever, all that crap. When it's just like, dude, just have them log in directly to your email server to submit patches. Like, yeah, it's a little weird because they can't read it in their reader, but like they can add another account to their email reader, and that can be the SourceHut one, right? I don't know. That's just my thoughts. But yeah, so SourceHut was out, and we started running out of options. So we ended up building our own because we were trying to put everything into Kubernetes because even though Kubernetes is complicated, I know it well. And since I'm the one maintaining all of the infrastructure, it made sense because, like, oh no, a node crashed and the managed Kubernetes already spun up a new one, and Kubernetes relaunched all the applications, and I can stay asleep, right? But now we're kind of getting away from that because of resource management, stuff like that, but we're getting there. But doing patches from third parties is where your current stuff ended up on GitLab. Oh, just add an account, fork it, and send me a PR. Yeah. So, like, we use Review Board, as you can tell. Review Board is written by a former Pidgin developer. So we dog food it for them as well, right? And they've been very responsive when we run into issues. Not that we've hit a ton or anything, but yeah. So, you know, that's very cool. We get to use their software. They get to see somebody use it that's doing it in open source, all that stuff, right? It's very synergetic and everything's good. And stuff like that. So that's cool. But then, like, we had to figure out issue tracker and that kind of stuff. And yeah. But so, like, Review Board, it uses this command line tool called RBT. And this is essentially doing what you do with, like, emailing patches and stuff, except you're not using email, right? But the thing is, like, pull requests and emailing patches and all that stuff, it's the same stuff we've been doing forever, right? This is no different than me doing CVS diff is greater than, or diff DUP is greater than my new feature.patch, right? It's no different, right? It's less steps. It does a lot of the stuff for me, but it's no different than me grabbing this and throwing it in a tracker on SourceForge. And then somebody reviews the patch and then runs patch minus P, or no, it should be minus P0, my new feature dot patch, and then hopefully it applies, and then they, you know, compile it and go, okay, it's good, and then CVS check-in, minus M, new feature from Grim, right? Like, that's, so this is RBT post, this is RBT land, and then I just HD push it manually, right? It's all the same stuff. That's why it's like when people are like, oh, I don't know how to do this other stuff. It's like, so you don't know how to do it at all. Like, and I'm not trying to be a dick. It just, that's just the truth of it, right? Like, because it under the hood, it's all the same. RBT, oh, prune minus R, demo commands, minus, oop, defaults. And this weird stuff I'm doing here, this isn't really a big deal. It's just something I do out of habit. But so Mercurial, you can delete a commit by pruning it. But Mercurial is this thing called change set evolution. And what we're doing is we're saying this commit was succeeded by this commit, right? So it's just going to resolve to this commit. So I can do hglog, and we can see, okay, it's just showing me the kick command. But so I've had multiple multiple commits for the kick command, right? I've amended the commit a couple times, stuff like that. That's just because I'm on that commit right now. But now, right? So here's the stuff. So I amended it for something, I don't remember. Right, but then, you know, so rewritten description date branch parent from this revision using prune by me, blah 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 blah, right? And what's cool about this is if you start stacking commits or pull requests and stuff and they're on different branches, when you prune the one, you can easily rebase because Mercurial knows where all the old code came from, right? It knows that this default branch came from this revision. So when I'm rebasing a child commit from this revision, it goes, oh, okay, that was already done over here. I can skip that one, right? Whereas Git's reflog just like fucking deletes shit all the time on you. Mercurial does like double input accounting with change set evolution, and things just work better that way. All right, there's probably typos there. Let me do this one real quick. IRC 3657. It's good stuff right there. Yeah, Mercurial has a lot of great stuff. The problem is there's not a whole lot of. I really enjoy Mercurial, but they get in their own way. The problem is they keep iterating on features, and like they're not interested in like trying to take on Git, which I understand, right? I mean, it depends. Quantum Apprentice, like the thing is, a version control tool is unfortunately totally depends on fuck, what is the word? Network effect, right? Like SWK was saying earlier, right? Like if if a bunch of your team knows one tool, you should use that tool, right? Because there's less startup for everybody else, for everybody as a whole to use that tool, right? So the problem is nobody knows Mercurial anymore, even though it's really not that different than Git. The main problems is that Git has all these crazy things for power users, which are front and foremost, right? And like you have to learn and deal with those things to use Git, whereas in Mercurial you don't. You can do all the stuff, but like the power user stuff, you don't need to know that to make it work. But the problem is, as I see it, so many people have, what is the right phrase? I can't think of it. So many people have cut their teeth on Git and struggle with it for so long that they start to think that all other version control tools are that way when they're not, right? So because of that, they don't want to learn or deal with anything else, because why would they want to go through that pain? And, right? So they just sit there and they deal with it. Or, you know, and I'm not judging, right? This is Meta use Mercurial complete. Yeah, I know. They use it for their mono repo. So did Google too. And like fuck, I almost had the phrase, I don't remember. But like the thing is, at the end of the day, you need to get work done, right? And that's fine, right? But this is also why Meta released Sapling, right? Does anybody hear about Sapling from Meta? Sapling, I think I'm spelling that right. Or okay, there's no L. So Sapling is essentially Mercurial on Git repositories. Because it's easier to use, but it works on Git repositories because they realize they're not going to get people to use anything if you can't use it on top of a Git repository, right? Removing something alternative to Bazel? Okay. Right, but like, the end of the day, you got to get work done, stuff like that, right? But the problem with Mercurial is they're not trying to take on Git, they're just trying to keep their stuff running and stuff like that, right? Which is why I had to build an updated version of Mercurial Server, because nobody's been maintaining Mercurial Server forever, right? And at some point, I want to redo the UI in HTKeeper, but to try to make a better bang for my buck, what I want to do is implement the same user interface that SourceHut uses for their Mercurial repositories, right? So he.source.hut/grim, right? So I want to implement all of this as well, because then I can write an integration for review board against SourceHut. Well, so I'd start by writing an integration for review board for SourceHut. So then when I add the SourceHut Mercurial API into HTKeeper, it'll just work in review board. But it's like, there's no time to do this, right? And nobody's doing this tooling stuff, right? So before Pidgin moved to Mercurial, we were using a tool called, we were using a different version control tool called Monotone. And Monotone was great. It had a lot of cool features to it, but it was really slow. And Linus famously dunked on it before he created Git, because it's so slow and blah, blah, blah. And there were other issues with it too, right? But it was one of the early distributed version control systems. And we jumped on it because we had connections to other developers and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, what ended up happening was they bled off their users for, you know, whatever reason. And it became very hard to continue using it, right? And Mercurial's in that same spot right now. And that sucks, right? It's just full on sucks, right? Which is why I had to go and write HTKeeper. When we were using Monotone, we were starting to look at review board. And this is back in 2005, maybe 2006. And I wrote an integration for review board to talk to Monotone. And then I was having to write something else to talk to Monotone and something else. And then I started looking at Mercurial. I was like, great, there's integrations for everything. I don't have to do this BS work anymore. Like we were talking about earlier about, you know, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to write a communications platform, or are you trying to write an issue tracker, right? Like either are fine, but you got to decide which one you're doing. And that's why, like with the Pidgin stuff, I very purposely am not trying to do anything. I'm trying to keep HTKeeper simple enough where it's still useful, but like the user interface sucks, right? Because it's using HDWeb, and HDWeb really hasn't been touched in a good 10 years at least. And it's not anybody's fault, right? People life out of open source all the time, right? What I mean by that is open source generally comes it gets built by people who have free time and like to tinker, but those people are going to find partners. They are possibly going to have children. They're going to have other interests, and they're, you know, their life is going to take over, and they're not going to have that free time to dedicate to the project anymore. And that's totally fine, right? The problem is, just like Pidgin, Mercurial hasn't been bringing in new contributors, right? We've tried to bring in a lot of new contributors via summer code and stuff like that, and for whatever reason, people just don't stick around, right? And we could sit here and try to figure that all out and everything, but there's been a lot of issues that have been the reasons for it, and we're trying to tackle a lot of that with Pidgin 3. Some of the big stuff is our code base has been a fucking nightmare, right? And I'm not trying to hate on anybody, right? It was bad, right? A 26-year-old code base, how do you think it looked, right? Like, it was organically built and came together from a lot of stuff. Like, SWK was asking if Mark's code was still around. He might have a couple lines or two, I don't know, but, like, you know, just after 26 years, you need to go through and do maintenance. And if you don't, you're just gonna have a bad time, right? And, like, when people come in and look at the code, they're gonna not have a good time. So, like, a lot of the times we would insulate the summer code students to just what they were working on. And, you know, why would they be interested in doing anything else in the project when they just did the one part, they got paid, now they're done, right? So, like, it's kind of our fault. The code has been not friendly, but we also didn't give them a chance to get into other stuff. And then, you know, the time was over and they went on and did other stuff. What are you gonna do? Freaking hate sometimes. Some repo maintainers are so picky that they want what they need. Yeah. So I probably shouldn't mention the project, but there was a project I needed to patch, and it was a new feature, but I needed to rewrite some API to make the new feature work. And this was in Go. And what I needed to do was I needed to make I don't know what the right term is for a Go function, but I needed to make the API change was to make the function veradic, right? So it could take none or any additional arguments. And the maintainer was insistent that I do 2 pull requests, one for the API change and one for the other part. But, like, the way they wanted me to do it, I would have effectively done the exact same thing twice, or it would be the same amount of work twice with, like, 1 or 2 minor differences. Like, you know, like a -10 plus 10 between the 2 diffs. And I'm just like, I don't know how else to explain this to you. But when I go through and make all of this change in this commit, the next pull request is going to be all of those same lines changing with these other things moved around. And, like, eventually they conceded to it, but it was just like, dude, like, I don't know what to tell you. You still have CVS nightmares from OpenBSD? I can see that. Open source really gets built by people that have an itch to scratch. Yes, it does. You've seen some of Mark's code from back then? Yeah, so I mentioned this other, the one blog post before. Where's the other one? So there's another blog post I wrote. Oh, not dev.top. Please don't be porn. The dangers of random websites while streaming. So I wrote this post a long time ago. Well, maybe not a long time ago. When was it? March 21st. Okay. It was 6+ months ago. But there's a thing that happens all the time here in Twitch. I didn't mention it there. But, like, so I don't know if you all know this or not, but Twitch gives all sorts of metadata about chat messages when they come through. So there hasn't been one here in a while, right? But, like, Twitch will put a big giant block around a message from somebody when it's their first time ever chatting in the channel. And it's not uncommon for a first-time chatter to be like, you missed a semicolon. You missed a comma. There's an extra space there. And it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? Like, you're just being an asshole because the compiler's gonna catch it, right? Like, it's not a big deal. Or like the missing semicolon, or, you know, a weird comma or whatever, it's not gonna catch a space, right? But like, why are you here, and why is the very first thing you say just a way to like try to prove dominance over me or something? It was not your first time chat message, right? So I generally speaking, I don't have a problem with people mentioning that stuff, especially typos, right? I'm ridiculously bad at typos, right? I typo fucking everything. Ask QLogic. So like catching typos in my comments and stuff, totally fine, right? Right. But like, if someone's like, oh, hey, you missed a semicolon, whatever, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. The problem is when it's like when it's within your first 10 messages ever in this chat, that's when I'm just like, what the fuck, bro? Right? It's like, who are you trying to impress here? Right? Like, I don't understand. Like, who hurt you? Right? Like, why do you have to, why are you this way? Because it's dumb, right? And Quantum Apprentice, if that's something you enjoy, that's fine, right? But like, so if you look at my chat rules now, there's a thing in there. It's like, if you correct me on something and you are wrong, I reserve the right to flame you forever. Because people do this stuff all the time. And it's just like, just calm down, right? Like, oh my god, you're still using C. Oh, dude, don't even get me started on the Rust people. Oh my god. So one night I made the mistake of, I wrote a plugin loader a long time ago because I was writing a bunch of stuff and I wanted plugins in all of it. So I wrote this plugin loader called gplugin. And one day I decided on stream that we were going to figure out how to build a plugin in Rust. I will never, ever, ever do Rust on stream again. Now, I don't even really know Rust, right? And I didn't really need to know it. But fucking hell, the Rust... So, part of the way gplugin works is there's an external method, right? That because it's going to be a shared object. It's going to be a DLL or a SO file or whatever. There are 3 entry points into a gplugin plugin. 1 to get information about the plugin, 1 to load the plugin, and 1 to unload the plugin. Pretty standard stuff. The information about the plugin needs to allocate a C structure and then give ownership of that over to C. The stupid fucking crustaceans were like, that's not how Rust works. You can't do that. You got to avoid the barrel checker, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you need to shut up. Like, you do not understand what I'm doing, and you are trying to sound important. And instead, you are just coming off as a prick. And that entire stream was just a fucking nightmare. And it's just like, oh my god, you all suck. And then like they're linking me to the Rustnomicon, which is really a thing. Rustnomicon. On how the borrow checker works and other bullshit. I'm like, I don't fucking care. I'm like, I need to give ownership of this pointer to C. Of this heap-based memory, I need to give it to C. How the fuck do I do that? And I eventually got it to work. It's probably wrong, but it works. And this is how we get security issues in code, because people don't know how to do things and they keep hacking on it until it works. And then turns out it was wrong and it's using, you know, it's a buffer overflow or some other bullshit. And yeah, and that's just how it goes. Right? So here, right. I can't remember the way this is structured. Nope. I think I want source. Yeah, so we built this macro. So here's the external symbol, which I don't know who the fuck thinks this is readable code. mute error star mute $ create glib sys g error arrow star mute g plugin sys g plugin info. Am I writing Perl? Like, what the fuck is this? All it's missing are @ signs and percents. But then this was the part where I had to get tricky with it, right? So let x equals this crate manually drop a new instance of info and then return the address of x as a pointer. Just like, what the fuck? Get yelled at for doing stuff like car star, foo star p, foo, get some CSV, if p stir car. Oh, that's not too bad. But, the problem here is all these extra symbols, because all of these, if you miss them, shit doesn't do what you want it to do, right? Maybe the compiler tells you, maybe it doesn't. Oh, and also I had to do the no mangle, of course, because Rust has function overloading, and figuring out the no mangle thing was stupid. And of course, none of the Rust stations knew that. You're gonna run over that buffer? Yeah, you should really be using stir ncar, but aside from that, it looks fine. Right? That's my only comment on that. Use stir ncar. It's like in 3D when I was still streaming what work I could. All the Blender White Knight bros would arrive. Well, use this. Yeah. In Blender, we do it this way. Wine. I literally do not care about software I'm not using. Yeah. It's people looking for acceptance and trying to prove that they know what they're talking about. It's just like, it's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Like, just chill out, man. Right? We can use different tools and still talk to each other. It's okay. I'm like, oh, look, I just rebased a branch and it worked fine. Yay. Shut the fuck up, give me a patch or maybe both. Yeah. And then they give you a patch and it just has all this extra cruft and you're just like, what in the fuck? You're like, you are, yeah. Line 4, I have users wrong. It's just, I don't know. Maybe also where in the same place. Many chat service has commands that a user can enter. Let me read this. Many chat services have commands that users can enter in the same place. Yeah, okay, that sounds much better. You can enter. Right. As a message. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. People get so weird and territorial about stuff. It's just, I don't know. Here's a patch that fixes this one tiny typo, but went ahead and fixed the indenting to your entire, yeah. So you can easily find the one character, yeah. Yeah, we've gotten very careful about that stuff because, like, open source projects, the thing nobody seems to realize with an open source project is that people, or seems to remember, right, is that people are doing this in their free time. And if you give them something that's going to take an hour to do, they're not going to do it. Maybe not do it, but they're going to be totally not motivated to do it, right? Just like you are at work, right? If somebody sends you a 2,000 line pull request at work, you're like, fuck that thing, I'm going to lunch, right? So one of the things we try to do is whenever we're moving files or changing namespaces or anything like that, that happens in one pull request by itself, right? So like the only thing that's done is file moves and file and function renames. So you can just quickly scan the code and go, okay, yep, name's just changing all the way, right? And then, then you go and do the logic changes and stuff like that, because that's just, it's so much easier and so much faster to do it that way. And then you just have the tiny little, or whatever your logic changes are. Those are the ones that are going to take the time, right? And yeah, they're either doing it in their free time or they're doing it for the guy that's paying them to fix something to, or yeah, exactly. Right. And like, it's, I don't know. I don't understand people. If I did, I would not be an outcast in most things. What did I do wrong here? Pro Command new docs say the source argument should be marked for translation, so I'm not sure if we want to burden these docs with it. Well, either way, it should be this anyways, right? Right, this is user presentable. The other one is user presentable, but most people are gonna be like, why the hell is there a dash in there? Oh, fuck, I full screen that on accident. All right, whatever. But yeah. You're directed to feel those patches? Yeah, good for you. They're doing it for, yeah. Oh, you work on this for me? If I'll pay you, okay, I'll give you $5 to write me this whole massive platform that takes 4,000 person hours. Yeah. I mean, when I was younger, me and two other people built a small, actually, I think it was a century. It's not a small town, but we built a entirely database driven website for a Century 21 real estate agent. And I got paid $300 for it. But that's how I bought my iPod 3rd gen, or my 3rd gen iPod, was with that money. And I wrote the entire database layer for all of it. It's just like, yeah, when you're young, you make stupid decisions like paying that. You're working for a Free Switch project full time. You don't know how many times you had people ask you to write them a full auto dialer for $500. So what you do is you write one auto dialer on your own time, and then you sell them a shitty version of it for $500 that keeps breaking, so they have to keep paying you for it because auto dialers suck, right? So like after 10 calls, it just poops out for an hour and then it comes back for some random amount, and yeah. Yeah, I'm to be clear, I'm joking. I wouldn't do that either. But like if you're strapped for cash, that's a good way to get going. But yeah, auto dialers are, yeah, like I said, crap. I still can't believe how many people did like war dialing back in the days. Many chat services have commands that users can enter in the same places. Let's say as messages. I think that'll read a little better. Sometimes called slash commands can be used for all sorts of different things. They can be conversation specific or may be implemented by anything including libpurple, user interfaces, plugins, and protocols. They're identified by the purple command name property, which can be shared by multiple commands. What was the other comment? Oh, it was the thing here. Okay. Oh, I was gonna add a comment here. It says, I agree that translating in here is probably too much, but I'll change it to commands overview, which is more user readable. So much traffic is dialer traffic, even with the crackdown. Yeah, I'm sure. There was some tool we used to use at Core Visa. I can't remember what it's called, but like if you somehow got past our SBC, like incorrectly or something, we just played. They set it up so that we would establish an audio connection and just send screaming monkeys as audio back at you. So like whenever there was like a real bad, like if something went really wrong, it's like, oh, I got screaming monkeys. They're like, oh, okay, yeah, hold on, let me look. I had nothing to do with any of that stuff, but that stuff was always fun. I did 2 M's, that was the problem. I was like, why didn't that work? Fuck, it's 3 o'clock. 36:55. Come on. I wish we're doing this. 36:55. Show changes. Okay. Oh, we can do that too. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's what we're doing. All right, rebased and addressed issues. You have a honeypot that harvests and processes the dialer audio. Something like Lenny to keep them on the phone. And we use them to target their media IPs. Nice. They always move their SBCs around to try and hide where they are, but they never move the media generators. Nice. Why does that not surprise me? Why move everything when you can just move this tiny part? And, well, I mean, a lot of people wouldn't look for that kind of stuff, so it makes sense. So, all right, that said, I got to get out of here because I have a call in 5 hours. So, I'm going to get a little bit of a nap in, and then I'm going to go get on this call. And, yeah. So, all right, we're going to go raid Mr. Robotic Head. He was here earlier hanging out. So, if you don't want to join the raid, you can go ahead and hit cancel above the chat. There's nothing else you need to do. You know what ISP is responsible for half of the telemarketing and spam in the US? Hetzner in Germany? Really? That's interesting. In the meantime, if you want to know when I'm streaming next, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and ring the bell and pick whatever type of notification level you want. Otherwise, you can find links to all my social media right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live. And if you want to join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord as well, it's unofficial because it is not our official support channel, one of our official support channels, but you can get support there. You can find a link to that right over there as well. All right, I might be on Friday or Saturday, but I will not be on Monday next week. I will be back on next Thursday for sure. But in the meantime, I hope you all have a wonderful weekend or whatever. And until next time, adios.